Hello everyone, in today's video we're going to be creating an authentication system using the main stack. So let's start by registering a new user. So in this case I'm just going to say Fraser and I'm just going to put an email test mail. I'm just going to say number 3 and then at gmail.com and then I'm just going to put a password. For example, there's some validation, so when I try to put an email that is not valid or password that is less than 6 characters, there's going to be validation. So now let's register for a new user. Okay, so it says user registered successfully. So now let's try to log in. Test mail number 3 at gmail.com, and then let's log in with the password. This is our password. Now we can review the password here. Review. We can hide the password or view, and then log in. Okay, so now we are logged in. So by default we're going to have a default bio for the user, so we can update this bio, update, and then we can update. So now you can see I'm a new user, update bio, and then update, and then we can hide. Okay, so as you can see now we can update the bio of the user. So we have also a form here to change the user password if you want to, and we can also verify an account. So here we can click verify. It's going to send an email, but we cannot see this email because this is a fake email, so that's why you need to have a real email to verify an account. So we're going to log in with the real email. So now let's log out and try to sign up with an actual real email. So this is just an email I used to for these purposes. So at gmail.com, it's actually register. So at gmail.com, let's put it here. I'm just gonna say water white like this, and then I'm just going to put a password again, so the same password. And now let's register for this user at gmail.com. Okay, so let's log in, test pass, and let's log in again. Okay, so now let's try to verify this user. So let's click verify account. So if you're verified, you won't see this button, so click verify account. So it's going to send an email. So now I'm going to go to this email. As you can see now, it says email verification coming from the authentication kit. So now there's this link to verify our email. As you can see now, it's going to show the URL of the website. So now let's click verify account. Okay, so now there's a button to verify. So let's click verify. It says user verified successfully. So now, as you can see now, the button for verifying the email is no longer there because we verified. Okay, so now let's try to change this password. So do you remember our current password was test pass? Let's review. I'm going to change this to test pass 1234. I'm going to copy this. So now let's try to put a wrong password. Reset. It says invalid password. Now we need to redo this again. Test pass. Okay, so make sure it's correct, and then let's put the new password and then reset. So it's invalid actually. So let's try again. Test pass and then new password like this, and then reset. Okay, so now the password is changed successfully. Let's log in. Let's log out and log in with the new password. Walter at gmail.com. Okay, so now let's log in with the new password. As you can see, log in. Boom, now the new password works. Okay, so now we're not an admin, so we need to log in with an admin account to see admin privileges. Okay, so let's try to log out. Let's log in as an admin now. So for an admin, I'm going to use a different email. This is an admin. Okay, we'll copy. Let's log out first, actually. log out, and then I'll paste in the email here, and then I'll put the password test pass like so, and then let's log in. Okay, so now we're logged in as an admin. Now as an admin, we can see the users, the list of users we have. So there's a row of an admin, a row of a creator. So we're able to see a list of users. What we can do, we have certain privileges as an admin. We can delete users, we can fetch the users, so let's try to delete a user here. So we can delete, let's say, by the way, if an admin, you won't see your name here. We only see the users who are not admins or creators. So we can delete any of these users here. So delete user, and then you say user deleted successfully, and then it's going to update in real time. Okay, so let's log out and try to forget the password to see if we're going to change the password. Log out. So here, let's do forgot password, and then it's going to prompt us to enter an email, which we want to reset our password. And then let's do reset password, and then it's going to send an email. And let's go, and here's our email here. And let's click reset password. Okay, and it's going to ask us to enter new password. So I'm gonna say test password 1234, like this. Okay, and I'm probably going to do the same here. Confirm the password. I'm just gonna paste it here, and then let's reset our password. Okay, so now it's going to ask us to log in again. So dev, let me double check the email name. So it's test dev, and then here it's going to be test pass 1234, and then let's log in. As you can see now, we are logged in with our new login details. Okay, so that's basically most of our functionality. If you're an admin, you have certain privileges. If you're a normal user, you're limited. Your functionality is limited. And also, by the way, we are also protecting this main route here. So we can protect routes using middlewares. So I can log in. Now I'm logged out. I can try to access the home page. We won't be able to access the home page, okay? Because we are not logged in, okay? So we won't be able to access the home page. It will redirect us to the login page, okay? Before we get into the video, by the way, if you're not subscribed to the email mailing list, please do so. And then I'm going to post updates soon about other projects coming soon for free. So I'm going to send some emails to say, oh, the projects are now available. I'm also going to post some projects which you can download here from this website, and also some videos as well. So make sure please you subscribe to this mailing list. And yeah, I'll see you in the video. Okay, so I'm just going to create a simple diagram of application. I'm going to be using the canvas, and I'm going to be using eraser to do this. Let's create a new shape. Okay, so this is going to represent our server. So let me create a new shape in here. So something like this. Okay, and I'm just going to change the color to this color here, and this one I'll make it gray. So something like this. And I will add some text here. I'm just going to say server. I'm just going to make this text bigger, extra large. Maybe I'll do something like 38 pixels, and then I'll center this. Actually, I'll reduce this to extra large. All right, so let's add an icon. Icon should be up here, and then I'm going to look for Node. So we're going to be using Node for our server. That's why I'm using the Node icon here. And I'm just going to group this, Ctrl G. Then I'll center this like this. Okay, so this is our server, and this is going to be data, something like this. Okay, so I will duplicate this, Ctrl G to group, and then Ctrl D to duplicate. So this will be our client. So for the client, this should be a bit bigger. So something like this maybe. Okay, and I'll do something like, let's try this. All right, so we should have our client component. So we have the server, Control D, and then I'm just going to paste here. This is going to be our client. All right, so we have the client. We're going to change this icon. We're using Node React for the client, React/Next.js. All right, so in here we have the client. So this, we're going to be using Axios to fetch the data, and then here when we fetch the data, we're going to store that data and in the user context. So we're going to be using the context API to store the data. I'll create our application. We're going to wrap our entire application using the context API so we can access the data globally. So something like this. Okay, so this will be our entire application wrapped in the context API. Okay, so our data is going to be in the context API, and then we're going to access that data in our application globally. I'm sorry about that. I'll put my phone on silent. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we're going to have to fetch the data using Axios. We're going to make requests to the server. So I'm just going to demonstrate our main routes. So for our routes, see, okay, so something like this. So our main routes, we're going to have, let me join this up. All right. Okay, so something like this. So our main routes, we're going to have, so we need to register for us to access the client. We need to have an account. So with the register route, so if the register, what I will do, I'll make sure this is a group, and I will change the color, this shape color here. I'm just going to make it white. Actually, no. Let's do white. Actually, white. So we have the register. We can duplicate this a few times. So register, Ctrl G, D. Okay, so something like this. And then we have one more, Ctrl D. So, okay, so our main routes, we have register, and then we're going to have login route, and then we're going to have the logout route, and then we're going to have the user. So this user route is going to allow us to update the user, get the user information, and then we're going to have the admin route. So admin is going to be dynamic, so we're going to have admin maybe row to change the row, and then we're going to have admin we're going to have a lot of admin routes, so we're going to have admin maybe user /id, something like that. Okay, so I'm just going to do dot here. So this are going to be our main routes for our application. Okay, so we are going to have some other routes as well, for example, forgot password, but these are going to be our main routes. Okay, so we have the server. We're going to make requests on the client using Axios to the server, and then the data we return, we're going to save that data. Actually, let me change the color to make this different. Okay, so we have the app. So we're going to save that data in the context API, the global context for the user, and then we're going to be able to access that data in the application. So an entire application is wrapped around the context API. So we're able to access the data globally. Okay, so yeah, this is a simple diagramming of our application, and I'll see you in the video. Okay, so now you just need to make sure you're in the correct folder you want to work in. In this case, I'm going to be working in Authkit 2. By the way, I was recording this video and I was about 6 hours in and realized I was recording the wrong screen. So I'm restarting again from the beginning. Let's go to the terminal and then actually let's create a new folder first. It's going to be the backend folder, backend, and then we are going to cd into backend, and then we're going to do npm init, initialize a package JSON in the backend folder. Package name, we're going to name Authkit. You can name this Authkit server. You can name this whatever you want, to be honest. And then the entry point is index.js or server.js or app.js. It's up to you. I'm just going to change this actually. I'm just going to name this server. So now I've enabled auto completion with Copilot because I want this to be quick. I've lost all of the progress I've done, so 6 hours is a lot of time. So we're going to be using some packages, npm install, and then we're going to be installing nodemon to watch the changes. Nodemon, and then we're going to use Express. We're going to be using MongoDB, so we're going to install Mongoose, and then we're going to install .env. And then for hashing our passwords before we save to the database, we're going to be using a package called bcrypt for hashing the passwords so we don't save the plain password in the database. And also we're going to be using what other packages are we going to be using? So I think I'll just install for this now. If we need anything else later, we will install them. So express mongoose.env and bcrypt, that's what we're going to be using for now. And then in the backend directory, I am going to create an src folder for source. And then in here, also in the backend, in the main backend directory, I'm going to be creating server.js. And then in the source, I'm going to create a couple folders. We're going to have the routes folder for our routes, and then we're going to have the controllers folder, and then we're going to have the models, the middleware folder. Middleware, by the way, for this structuring, you can use any structuring you want. And then we're going to have helpers, or you can have utils folder. All right, so these are the folders that we need for now. If we need anything else later, we will add them later on. Okay, so now let's go to server.js. So here I'm just going to say const server is going to be an arrow function. Okay, so it's actually going to be an async function. And then here we're just going to say server is running, it's be async. And then let's just do server here like this, and then npm start. We don't have this script yet, so go to the package JSON and let's create the start script. And then we are using the nodemon package, so nodemon and then server.js. And then we're going to be using modules, so type, we're going to be using module. We're not going to be using require, we're going to use imports. So let's run npm start. As you can see now, the server is running. We can make changes because we're watching the file using nodemon. As you can see, it's changing now. Perfect. So that's what we have. So let's start with actually creating a basic server. Let's actually create an env file, .env. env. We also need a .git ignore, ignore. Ignore. All right, so let's actually go back to the cd dot, and then let's go to authkit. It's not the backend directory, but in the main authkit directory, that's where we want to initialize the GitHub repo. So initialize a repo. So the ignore, we need to ignore the node modules. Node modules, so we don't have these files here. We don't want to push the node modules to GitHub like that, and then save. So it should get rid of the node modules, and we want to actually, let me make this easier. Generate git ignore. Okay, let's just do that. What? Git ignore. Okay, I don't know why it's not working. Let's do this. All right, so perfect. So now we should have the get ignore. It should ignore the .env as well. There we go. So let's do initial commit. Okay, so initial commit. We're going to create a new repo 2.0. I don't know if I can do 0.0 like this. I'm just going to leave it at 2 because this is the second time I've created repo before. I was recording around 6 hours, just went for nothing. Perfect. So now we have created our repo. We need to go back into the CD backend. Okay, so now we are in the folder. So we are going to create some variables. Port. Oh, this is port. I'm going to set that to 8000. Now this should be not const but port like this. Okay, equal to 8000. So that's our port for our server. So here, for us to be able to use this, we need to import Express because we're using Express. We need Express. We need .env to use our environment variables .env, and then we're going to configure the .env, and then here I'm just going to say const port equal to process.env, the port variable. If it's not available, we're going to be using the default one, which is 8000. It's already 8000. All right, so we want to create some middleware, here. So we're going to create an instance of Express called app. For us to do middleware, we're just going to do middleware. Then we're going to do app.use express.json. We're going to work with JSON data. Then app.use URL encoded, and then app.use. Actually, we need to install the cause package for cross-origin file sharing. So I'm gonna resource sharing. I'm gonna say npm i install cause like this. So for the cause, it should be at the top, app.use, and then we're going to do cause like this. Okay, we just need to import that package like that. So we've imported the package, but before we do anything else, let's just listen to our port. So app. So let's do a try catch here. Actually, try catch. And then we're going to console log error.message, and then we're just going to exit. Okay. So here we're gonna say process.exit. Actually, let's do some text here. Oops. Okay, so for the text, I'm gonna say failed to start server, something like this. Okay, so here we're gonna say app.listen. We're going to be listening to our port. So let's try to run this again. npm start. So it should say we're listening to port, but there's an issue. Let's see. Access. No. Listening permission denied. Okay. So app just listen port. I don't know what this error is about. Server instance. Okay, so let's see app.use. Okay, cause. Let's do origin process.env client URL, then credentials. We're going to work with cookies, by the way, so let's set credentials to true. Let's try to set this up. Client URL equal to localhost 3000. Okay, something like that. Okay, now we change the environment variables. Let's restart. Let's go again and save. Okay, perfect. So now we're listening to port 8000. We don't have that issue anymore. Perfect. So now we need to connect to the database. I'm just going to create a new folder. I'm just going to name this DB. By the way, DB. So with the DB, I'm just going to create a file here called connect.js. Okay, so in the connect, I'm going to import mongoose like this. Okay, So for us to connect, we're going to create a function called connect. So const connect equal to async. It's an async function. Here we're just going to do a try catch. So try catch block, and then I'm going to COG here. I'm going to say fail to connect to database, and then we're going to show the message, and then we're just going to say process.exit, and then here we're just going to COG. We're going to say attempting to connect to the database, and then here we're going to actually connect to the database. Then we're going to say mongoose to connect. So for us to connect, we need to pass in a URL. So you need to go to MongoDB. As I was saying, I was recording the video. This is the old database I was using because I was 6 hours in already. So I'm going to refresh. We're going to create a new one. So go to the database here, click database. So if you don't have a MongoDB account, create a new account. Also, you make sure you configure your IP address to work with this cluster. So if your IP address is not configured here, you won't be able to access this MongoDB cluster. So make sure you add your IP address to the list. Okay, so I'm adding mine. So go to connect, go to drivers, and then we're going to copy this URL. And then we go to the env variables, and then we're just going to add the URL here. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in mine. So make sure you don't copy mine. I'm going to change this password later on after this video. So as you can see, this is a randomly generated password. I'm going to generate a random one as well after this video. So I'm going to name this application Authkit 2.0, Authkit 2, because I'm using the Authkit already. So this is version number 2. All right, so we have the URI. So what we need to do is just go here and put that URI here. Okay, so it's to put that, we're going to be using the .env we've already configured here in the server. So we're going to be using this function in the server where the env is already being configured. So here we are just going to say process.env. The name is Mongo URI, and then let's just leave this object empty. And then after that, we're just going to say connected to the database. So here, before we connect, if there's an error, it's just going to say attempted to connect to the database. After we connected, it's going to say, oh, we've connected to the database, or fail. It's going to give you this message. And then we're just going to export default here. So here in the server, we're just going to await, and then connect. So make sure you import connect, and make sure you include a .js here so you don't get an error. Okay, so we have the connect. So it says connected to the database. So that means we have connected to the database and it's working. Perfect. So now let's start with this DB should be in the source, by the way. So we need to update this import. So it should be connect. Connect. Okay, so we need to get rid of it here. So let's update connect like that. So the DB is in the source. What issue do we have? Cannot find DB connect. Okay, so it should be src. Okay, so because I didn't add a JS at the end, so connect.js like this. So it should work now without any issues. Okay, so now moving on. So let's go back to the server. So in the server, we done the calls. We're working with JSON data. So we're going to be working with cookies to save our confidential data, to transfer our data, like our user data. So we need to install another package. So we just need to be in the backend, npm I cookie. So the package is called cookie parser, like that. We're going to be working with cookies, so we need to import that package. So import cookie parser, like that. And then we're just going to use that middle here. after use cookie parser. Perfect. So that's what we have for now. We just need to now let's do our routes. Let's do a simple route. Let's go to routes, and then we're going to create user routes, user routes.js, and then we're going to import express from express like this, and then we're going to create an instance of router, and then here we're going to export default router like this, and then we're going to do router.get a get request to the home page, okay, to the home page, and then I'm just gonna say hello from server like this. Perfect. And then I'm just going to do another file here. I'm going to say test.js. I'm just going to show you something. Test.js. I'm just going to copy this, paste, and then I'm going to say test. Okay, so /test hello from test like this. Okay, so here in the routes we have multiple files, right? We have the user routes and the test. So let's go to the server. So for us, we're going to read all of these files here one by one using a method coming from fs module called read directory sync, read sync. So fs, so const fs, go to require fs coming from node. All right, so oops, it should be not require, it should be import fs from. All right, so we're importing the fs module, so now let's work on the routes after all of our middleware. So we're going to do routes, so we're going to do dynamic routes. So we're going to say const route files. So these are the files, so we're going to read all of these files in here. So it's going to return an array of whatever, how many files we have in this routes folder. So equal to fs dot read sync directory sync, and then we're going to go into the source, and then the folder is going to be routes. Okay, so we're reading all of these files. So let's see what we see in the console. So we're going to have like an array. As you can see, we have an array here. We have the test.js and then the user routes. So we want to read all of the routes in those files. How do we do that? So we're going to map through these using the for each statement, and then we're going to say route files dot for each file. For each file, we're going to do a callback function, and then we're going to do a dynamic import. Okay, so I'm just actually going to comment this. I'm gonna comment saying use dynamic import. Okay, so right, so now we're just going to import, from the routes. So each file, okay, so we're going to import each file, and then each file we're going to, the default API route is going to be API v1 like this. So API / v1, and then make sure we have the default export. So it's going to look for each of this file. It's going to look for the default export of this router here. Okay, so make sure each route file has this export default. Okay, and then that's what we're looking for here. So API, and then v1, and then the export default. Okay, route.default. All right, so here we're just looking for, we're importing, right, from this, we're importing the file. So we're looping, so that means it's gonna do on every file. Okay, and then we're using the app.use for our endpoint. So the main default endpoint is going to be API / v1, and then whatever endpoints we have in the route files. Okay, so, and then if we have an error, we're just gonna catch the error, and then we're gonna say fail to load routes. Okay, so now let's I'm going to be using postman to test our routes. So by the way, I already had a group already created here already because I was recording earlier, as you know. I don't know, as I told you before. So let's try to go to API. Let's try to, what is our route actually? We have the test route. So test, hit, nothing happens. API/v1. So test, let's see the test file. So it's a get request. Okay, so I think the request is wrong. So this is a post. So it's a get request. So as you can see, hello from test. Okay, I'm gonna change it to post. And let's try the home page. It should say hello from server. It should be a get request as well. It says hello from server. Okay, perfect. So now our routes are working. We have the dynamic import of our routes. I'm just going to delete the test.js. So let's work on, let's commit this actually. I'm gonna say setup, whatever you want to write as a commit message. So now we've done that. Let's do the models first actually. So we're going to have another folder in the models, because this is going to be a building block for the future videos. I'm going to be starting from this point with this authentication. I'm going to start from this and then build upon this authentication to build other projects. For example, next time I'm going to be building a finance managing application. So we're going to need some authentication. I'm going to start from this rather than doing this from scratch again. So we're going to have the auth folder in the models. And then I'm going to create a new model. So this is going to be called user model.js. So let's see if it's in the correct folder. Models. I'm not sure if it's in the correct. Oh yeah, it is in the correct folder. Okay, so now for the user models, I'm just going to think what properties we need. Let's start by importing Mongoose first. Mongoose. All right, so here we're gonna create a user schema, like a user table, something like that. Schema equal to, we're going to create an instance. We're going to create a new model, a new schema, I mean, and then we're going to do here, we're going to have the name property. So the name property is going to have a type of string, and then required. We're going to put a message here, say please provide your name. All right, so and then we're going to have an email property. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in the properties because I've done this before, and then I'm just going to explain all of them. So email, so type string, required, unique is going to be true, trim. We're going to get rid of the empty spaces. So this is a regex to make sure the email is a valid email. If it's not, it's going to provide this error. So you can find regex for email validation by the one Google. So just type email validation regex. I don't understand regex myself, so this is what I find. But anyway, so we have the password, and then we're going to have the photo. You can add as many properties as you want, by the way. So this is just to show you an idea how to do authentication. You can edit your properties as much as you want, but this will be the building block for future projects. And then it's going to be required. Actually, you cannot make this required as well. It's fine. It's not required, but you can make a default image. For this one, I'm just going to use my GitHub profile image. I'm just going to paste in a link. Okay, so let me try to open this on GitHub. So this is my image, my profile picture. So that's going to be my default image. And then we're going to have the bio. So for the bio property, I'm going to copy some other properties as well and paste them here. So we have the bio. It says I'm a new user by the default. That's the text. Every time you create a user, you see this text. And then the enum for the role. So when you create an account, by default, you're going to have a role of user, but there's going to be other users like admin and then a creator. So these people, we have different privileges, okay? So, and there's a verification as well. So we need to verify if your email, to see if your email really is a correct email. Oops. And then here we're just going to add this timestamps, and then minimize. Can't remember what minimize does again, but we need to make this true. All right, so and then here we're just going to export this model. So we're just going to say const user equal to mongoose.model user, and then the user schema, and then we're going to export default user. So now we have the user model. Let's work on the register route. So I've already created some groups here, so you can create your own group, or you can use the same link. You can change these routes, whatever, but you can create many instances. You can switch between these instances, by the way, and you don't need to keep changing them. So let's go to the user routes. So in the user routes, instead of me using this get, we are going to start router.post, and then it's going to be register. So for this function, I'm going to create a separate function. We're going to name this register user. So that's going to be this function. So in the controllers, we're going to create an auth folder, and then we are going to create user controller.js, like this. All right, so we have the user controller. We're going to actually, we need another package as well. So the package that we're going to be using to help us deal with errors, for example, we don't have to keep using try catch all the time, so we can install a package that's going to help us work with asynchronous errors. So the package is called cd backend. So the package is npm I. It's called express async handler. Okay, perfect. So we're going to import async handler. We can just name this async handler from express async handler, and then we're going to export const register user. At least it's remembering register user. So now if we need to import this register user, by the way, register user coming from auth user controller. Make sure it's .js at the end here, so we don't get an error. So let's go back to Postman. Let's send register API v1, and this should be register. So yeah, this should be register. So let's send. Don't worry about these details here. So send. So as you can see, we hit the endpoint. It says register user. Perfect. So for us to register user, we're going to send the name, email, and password. So how do we get those details? We're going to get them in the request object here. So we're going to say const name, email, password coming from the request.body. So, and then we're just going to do simple validation. It's remembering stuff I've done earlier, by the way. So that's why it's really good at remembering. So we're going to check if there's no name, email, or password. So we're going to have a bad request, which is 4000. And then we're going to say .json. And then we're going to say all fields are required. We can put some comments here as well. We can say bad request. And then we're going to check check password length. Check password length, and then we're going to say if password length is less than 6 characters, we're going to say password must be at least 6 characters. You can check for upper cases or whatever. So that's like your homework. You can make this as strong as you want. All right, so we're just going to check now. So when we want to create a user, we're going to use an email. We're going to check if the email exists in the database. We're going to say check if user already exists, and then we're going to say const user exists, and then we're going to await the user. So make sure you import user, and then we're going to find one based on the email coming from the requested body. So email like this. Okay, so user what error is this? Cannot find user mod. Okay, never mind. I didn't export this properly, did I? User schema. Cannot find use. Okay, so let's rename this as well to make sure it's correct. User model, and let's go back to user model, user control. I'm going to close others. So user model. So make sure this is JS. Okay, so save. So now we shouldn't have an issue now. So let's CLG here. User exists, yes or no. So let's send. So user doesn't exist. That's why we see no. Perfect. So now what we're going to do, we're going to say if user exists. If user exists, we're going to say user already exists. We're going to show this message. User already exists. So this should be a bad request. User exists. Otherwise, we are going to encrypt the password before saving to database. But we're not going to do that here. We're going to do that in the user controller. So we can do that comment in the user controller. So I'm going to say create new user. I'm going to say const user equal to await user.create, and then you're going to create a new user with email and password. Okay, and then we're going to generate a token for that user, but we're not going to generate the token now. We're going to do that later. We're going to be using JWT JSON Web Token. Anyway, so now let's see if this user is actually being created. Okay, so I'm just going to say if user, and then we're just going to return a creation status code, which is 201. We've successfully created. So for that, I'm just going to actually destructure const. I'm going to destructure ID, name, email, role, photo, bio is verified, and then we're gonna say created, and then we're just gonna say response your status, and then we're going to return the JSON. We're going to return ID, email, but we don't want the password. Okay, so else, I'm just gonna say else. We're going to give an error. Okay, invalid user data. So let's try to create a new user. So send. Okay, so now we have created a new user, but we don't have the token field here. So let's go back to the database. Let's go to browse collections. We should see auth2 here. Let's go to users. Oops, this is the wrong one. Auth2 users. Okay, so there's our user created, and the timestamps, the photo, and the password here. As you can see, it's plain text. We need to hash that before we save. Anyway, so we have the user created, but we want to also include the token. Okay, so for that, we're going to generate a token using JWT, and let's do before here, let's do generate token with the user ID, Okay, so I'm going to say const token equal to okay, so we need JSON Web Token. So let's go to look for that package, Web Token. Okay, so copy the install for JSON Web Token. I'm going to stop this. Install JSON Web Token. Perfect. So now we have the Web Token. So we need a function to create this token. By the way, we're going to reuse this function over and over again. So it's better to create like this function in a separate folder for us to be able to use this over and over again. So in this case, I'm just going to do it in the helpers. I'm just going to say generate token.js, and then here I'm just going to say import JWT from JSON Web Token, and then I'm going to say use user ID to generate token. So I'm going to say const generate token. It's going to take the user ID for us to generate the token. And then I'm going to say token return token. Okay, so for us, oops, I'm in the wrong. So for the token to work, make sure you always have a return in this. Okay, so token must be returned, something like that. Returned, but not, yeah, returned. Okay, let's leave it here to the client, something like that. Okay, so and then we're just gonna say return JWT, and then we're going to do sign. That's how we generate a token, and then we're going to generate based on the user ID, and then we're going to use the JWT secret to generate that token, and then we're going to also decode the token using this JWT secret. So what we're going to do now is create this JWT secret in the environment variable. So, but let's export this function as default first. Let's go to the env variable. Let's create here JWT secret. Make sure you put this anything here. You can put anything you want. Make sure it's like something like this. Okay, numbers, whatever. So this is the secret we're going to use to create the token with, and also to decode the token with. So here we're going to make sure you import the function generate the token using this ID here, so we can COG to see what we have in the token. So let's try to create a new user again, but probably we're going to get an error. An error because, oops, why am I installing this again? Oh my days. We're going to get an error because we already have this user, so it's going to say user already exists or something like that. So user already exists, but anyway, the token is there. So let's try to send this token as well along whenever we create a new user, but we want to send this token in a cookie. Actually, no. So yeah, we want to also store the token in a cookie. So I'm gonna say send back the user data and token. Say send back user and token, something like this, and token in the response. Okay, in the response to the client, something like this. Okay, so I'm gonna say response.cookie response.cookie. So token, we're going token. So our data is going to be in the token. We're going to be creating a token. So the expiry date expires. Okay, so let's start with path. Let's do the root, and then HTTP only. We can set that to true, and then max age 30 days. So this is for 30 days. So this is 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second times 60. That's 1 minute. 1 minute times 60 minutes. That's 1 hour. 1 hour times 24 hours in a day. That's 1 day. 1 day times 30. That's 30 days. Okay, so that's the calculation. And then we have the same site to true, and then secure. It's going to be secure. We're going to set that to true also. Okay, so we don't have this node env if it's production or development. So let's just set to true by default actually. So secure to true. All right, and then token. I'm gonna also send the token here. When we create a user, it's going to have a token. Okay. Okay, so that's it for the token. So let's try to create a user again and see what we have. So Postman, what I'll do is I'll actually delete this user again. So delete the user and let's create a user. Boom. And then we have the token created. With the token created when we recreate the user. Perfect. So now let's try to log in. Login, we are going to also do the same thing, router.post login. So for the login, I'm going to what am I going to use for the login? I'm actually going to close this user controller, user login, export const async handler. So make sure we're using the async handler here, so we don't have to keep using try catch blocks. So make sure you wrap your function. So here we're going to do response.send login route, and here make sure you import the login user. Let's go back here, let's go to login and try to send login route. There you go. So for us to log in, we're going to send this in the request object, so the email and the password in the request object. So let's start by destructuring those. So let me get email and password from request body, and then I'm going to say const email password from the request body, and then we're just going to do some validation. I'm going to say if we don't have the email and the password, we're going to say all of the fields are required. Okay, email or password, we need both of them. I'm sorry about the notification, my phone is not on silent. And then I'm going to say check if user exists. I'm going to say const user exists equal to await the user dot find one with the email. So if we do have the user with the email we're trying to log into the account to, if we do have the user, let's log in. If we don't, let's show an error. So if not user exists, you're gonna say user not found, sign up, something like this. Perfect. So now if the user is not found, we need to sign up. All right, so let me just check if I'm recording again. So sign up, and after that I'm going to check if the password matches the password in the database, the hashed password in the database. But our password is not hashed yet. As you can see, our password is plain text. So let's hash the password before we try to log in. Actually, let's log in before we hash the password. Okay, so now we're just gonna check if the password matches the one in the database. Okay, so const is match equal to await user exists. Okay, so if the user is stored in this variable here, okay, exists. Actually, for us to match the password, we're going to be using a bcrypt. Let's import the package. So import bcrypt. So for us, the bcrypt, it is a method called compare. It compares the passwords. So await bcrypt dot compare. We're going to compare the password that we pass in from the request body and the password that is stored in this user object, which is coming from the database. The user password and the password that is coming from the requested body. We're just comparing those two. Okay, so if the password doesn't match, if not match, and then we're just going to say invalid credentials. We don't want to let them know what credentials are wrong. Okay, so we can say invalid email or password. It seems like there's an error. Imported bcrypt, so it should be bcrypt, not bcrypt.js, like that. Perfect. So we also need to generate a token with the user ID const generate token with user ID. So I'm going to say const token, generate token. So we've already imported this function to for generating the token. I'm going to say if user exists and password matches is match. So if is match, I'm going to destruct the properties from the user exists, and then we're going to set the token in a cookie, and then I'm going to say response dot cookie, and then 30 days. It's going to expire in 30 days, the cookie, and then it's going to sign out of the website if it's expired. All right. So I'm going to say send back the user the request to the client, response to status 200, and then we're going to send back the user object. Otherwise we're just going to say invalid user data, something like that, or invalid email password. Okay, I'm just going to say invalid email or password, something like that. You can put any error messages you want. Okay, so we can commit this. We're going to say fit register and login. All right, let's put that to GitHub. So now we have this login feature. Let's see if it's working. So login, I created an account with this password and login with this password. So let's try to login. Invalid credentials. Oh, so this email is wrong. So what I would do, oh, I think it's wrong. It's correct. Login, register. Let me copy and make sure it's correct. I'm just going to copy these properties, login, paste, and send. Okay, invalid. That's weird. Let's see. We might be doing something wrong. Let me refresh. So the email, the password is indeed correct, but let me see. What error are we getting again? Invalid credentials. Okay, so okay, we are comparing the password that is coming from the request body, and then we're checking if the user exists based on the email. Okay, and if the user doesn't exist, we're going to say user not found, sign up is match, and then we're going to use the bcrypt package to compare the password and the user exists password. Okay, so what I'm going to try to do now is I'm going to CLG here, user exists password, and also the password coming from the body. So let me see if, okay, test pass. Okay, it's the same. It's the same. I don't know why it's saying it doesn't match. It's match. Okay, so it's match false. Okay. Let's see here. It's saying it's true. It's true, right? And here it's saying it's false. This is weird. Password. This is really weird. Let me try to rerun this project. Let me try to delete this user and create an account again. Maybe there might be an issue. Oh yeah, this user doesn't also have a token as well. Let me try to, yeah, to create a new account, register. Oops. Let's run the project. So now let's register again. register. All right, so now we have the user. Let's try to log in again. Oh, still invalid credentials. This is really weird. Register user already exists. Login, invalid. Oh, I just found the issue. I was trying to compare the password that is not hashed. So let's hash our password before we even try to compare them here. Let's go to the user model. So before we save the password in the database, we want to hash that password. So before let's say we save a property in the database, we can use a method called pre. That's going to allow us to do something before we save a property. So in this case, before we save the password to the database, we're going to use that method called pre. So we're going to say encrypt. We're going to say actually hash the password before saving. So I'm going to say user schema dot pre. So the method is called pre. So we on save, before we save, we're going to run an async function here, async function, and then it's going to take in the next. Okay, so next, actually it's not an arrow function, it's a function. So check if the password is not modified. So I'm going to say if not this the password. So this refers to this user model. Okay, so so anything before the dot, that's what this refers to. So this is the user schema. So before this dot, so this belongs to this user schema. So we're going to check if the password is modified, and then we're just going to return next. Okay, so if it's not modified, we're going to go to the next middleware. Otherwise, we're going to hash password using the SHA-256 algorithm. Hash the password, and then we're going to be using the bcrypt. So we need to make sure we import bcrypt here. So import bcrypt, not bcrypt.js, but just bcrypt. Okay, so before we hash our password, we need to create a sort, generate a sort const sort equal to await bcrypt.generate sort, and then 10 is fine. So by the way, if you want to have a look at how this algorithm works, yeah, you can just go and read the documentation, and also go and have a look on the SHA-256 algorithm. Okay, you can check how it works and stuff. Okay, so now we are going to hash passwords, hash the password with the salt hash password, and then I'm going to say const hashed password equal to await bcrypt.hash this the password, the password belonging to the user schema, and then I'm going to using the salt to hash the password, and then I'm going to set the password to the hash password. So the password, this dot password, okay, to the hashed password. So we're going to hash the current password before we even save. Okay, and then the password that's what we're going to be saving in the database is going to be this one, the one that is hashed. Okay, we're going to hash the plain password, and then we're going to save the hashed version in the database, and then we're going to call the next middleware. And then we're just going to say next. Okay, so this is how we hash the password before we go to the database. So let's try to create an account. Register. Okay, user already exists. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to delete that user. We're going to create more users later on, but now I'm just going to delete this user. Okay, so delete user. All right, so now let's create this user again. Okay, so we create the user. Let's refresh to see if we have the password hashed. As you can see, the password is no longer plain text anymore. So let's try to see if our compare is working now. So let's try to log in. If we go to login, and yeah, we can log in. Okay, we can log in now. So that means our compare is working. Where is our login? Is match, so is match is true here, so that's why it's set to true here. Okay, so because the password in the database is hashed, so it's false, that's why it's false here. Okay, because it's no longer the same anymore. But now we are comparing we're using the bcrypt compare, because the bcrypt knows already the hashed password, and it knows how to decrypt the hashed one and compare with the plain text that we sent from the front end. All right, so I'm just going to get rid of the consoles. Okay, so now we can log in. Let me see if we need to do anything in the login function. So we are returning the data. We are putting the data in the cookie. Okay, is match. I'm just going to comment here. Unauthorized to create a token. Okay, so I think that's it for the login. So we're just going to move on to logout, which is going to be super quick and easy. Logout user. So export const logout user. So to log out the user, we're just going to clear the token, the cookie. We're going to response to clear cookie. So the cookie is going to be saved in the session storage, I think. Oh no, I think it's in the cookies. So we're just going to clear that cookie from the cookies. Okay, and then I'm going to say user logged out, and then I'm just going to commit this logout user. All right, so we have the logout user done. So the next one is going to be let's go to the routes. So for the next one, we're going to actually create the logout route dot logout. Here I'm just going to say logout user. Okay, so now we just want to get the user. All right, so for us to be able to get the user object on our website, you need to be signed in. Okay, so we're going to create a middleware to check if the user is signed in for us to get the user. Otherwise, it won't allow us to. So this is like a security guardrail to use this function. Okay, so for this one, I am going to go back to user controller. I'm going to say get user. Okay, export const get user. So for us to get the user, it's going to be also simple. Get user details from the token. So the user details is going to we're actually going to exclude the password when you're getting the user data, but the user is also coming from the token. So we don't have access to the token. How are we going to access this token? Well, this token is going to be accessed through the middleware that we're going to put here. So the middleware is going to be called protect or protect. So it's going to protect this function, and then it's going to contain a token. Excuse me. This middleware is going to contain a token that's going to allow us to fetch the user. So we are going to go into middleware and create this function. Middleware. So this one is called auth middleware, something like this. Okay, and then .js. Okay, and then I'm going to export const protect, and then we're going to use the async handler. So make sure you import import async handler like that. So we've exported the async try catch. I'm gonna check if user is logged in. If user is logged in, so if user is logged in, I'm gonna say const token request.cookies.token. We're going to get the token in the cookies. Okay, and then we're going to check if we don't have the token, it's not found, JSON not authorized, token failed. Okay, or you can say not authorized, please log in, something like this. Okay, so otherwise, let's do not found, unauthorized actually, 401. All right, so otherwise we are going to, if we have the token, we're going to decode the token using our JWT secrets we have in the environment variables. Okay, so for us to decode the token using that JWT secret, we're going to say const decoded equal to JWT dot verify. We're going to verify the token. We're going to verify this token using the secret that was used to create that token, and then that's what we're going to be using to verify that token. So we need to import JWT from JSON Web Token. All right, so I'm just going to put a small comment, get user details from the token. Okay, and then we'll go actually get user from, this is not get user, so this is actually verify the token, and then here down here we want to get the user from the token, and then we're going to exclude the password. Okay, and then I'm going to say const user equal to await user.find by id. So we need to import the user model. So .find by id decoded, so the token has been decoded. So now we have the user information, so decoded, and then we're going to get the id, and then we're going to select everything except the password. So now we have the user except the password. So we're going to say check if user exists. If user, if not user, we're going to say user not found. Otherwise, I'm going to set user details in the request object. Okay, so the user becomes available in the request object. Okay, and actually I'll just leave one comment like this one. So request.user equal to user. So we're setting this user data in the request object. Okay, and then we're going to go to the next middleware. So next, and then here we're just gonna do unauthorized like that and save. So now we have the protection middleware. Now you need to be logged in. So get user is not defined because we didn't import it. Now it's been imported. Let's try to get user. So the get user, it should be actually user like this. Let's go to Postman, get user, and do a get. It doesn't work because let's see, the method should be get. Oh, it is actually get here. So let's see. Protect is not defined because we have not imported the function user routes. Protect. And also what I've noticed, we've not done the user function yet. So user route save. So we have not done the function. So let's do the get user. Okay, so const user. So now we have access to the user object. Okay, coming from the request.user. So we're going to find in the database the user based on the ID. So we have access because protect we have this middleware protect here. It's going to allow us to access that user object in here. So it's coming from the request.user, okay, and then the ID of that user, and then we're going to also deselect the password. Okay, so if we do have the user, so if user, we're going to return the user, and then otherwise we're going to return the error, user not found. So perfect. So now we should be able to get the user. Seems like we have an issue, cannot find user because we didn't put a JS at the, I think. Decrypt. Okay. What's this issue here? Cannot find auth user model imported auth middleware. Okay, because I didn't put a JS somewhere. Okay, here. All right, so now we should be ready to go. Let's get the user. As you can see, I'm already logged in, by the way. So now we're getting the user that is logged in. As you can see, the email is correct and stuff. We're getting the user. Perfect. So the next route is going to get, it's going to actually update the user. Okay, so it's going to be a patch. So it's going to be a patch request. So we are going to say update user. Okay, so we are going to update user, export const update user. So for us to be able to update a user, we are going to find the user based on the ID. Okay, so how are we going to get the ID here? Remember, we have the protect middleware, which is the user object. So we're gonna say get user details from the token. I'm gonna say it's coming from the protect middleware, like that. So const user equal to await user.find by ID, and then if user, so if we have the user, so if we do have the user, we are going to I'm gonna say user properties to update properties to update. So we're going to update, we're going to destructure from whatever properties we want to update. In this case, we're going to update not the email, but the name, the photo, and the bio. So we're going to send through this in the request body. So for example, if you have the input, we can update the name, bio, and photo. Okay, so I'm gonna say update user properties. I'm gonna say user.name. So user.name. Okay, so how are we going to update the username? I'm going to update this name based on whatever name we pass in the request body. So here, update user. Update user. So whatever we pass in here, I'm going to put that as the username. So how are we going to get that property? Well, it's in the request.body and then .name. Or otherwise, if we're not updating, we're just going to keep the same username. We're going to do the same thing for the bio and for the photo. Okay, I'm just gonna say const updated equal to await user.save. We're just saving that user, and then we're just gonna response with this data, ID, name, email, bio, photo is verified, like that. Otherwise, I'm gonna say else. We're just going to return with the 404, like that. That's the update for us. So we are update user is not defined, which we need to import here, update user. Perfect. So now let's try to update user. So the current name is set to, let's get the user. The current name is set to William Will. So let's update with Fraser. Okay, so it seems like it's working. Let's go back to get the user. Okay, as you can see now, the name is changed to Fraser, and the update is also, the bio is also been updated. So our update is working. Let's go to the next route, which is let's do fit update user. Okay, so we have updated the user. Let me check the time. How long have I been? Okay, so updated the user. So we need to do an admin. Let's do admin controller. Admin controller. Admin controller.js. Okay, so we have the admin. We also need okay, so let's just go back to the user routes. I'm going to close others. I'm going to say admin routes. So admin routes for delete, for us, we need to be an admin to delete and to delete a user. So we're going to say router to delete. You need to be it's going to be admin users, and then we're going to send a param, the user ID param, using the ID, and then we're going to be logged in, protect, and then delete user. Okay, delete user. By the way, this protect, anyone who's logged in can delete. By default, everyone is a row of user, but we want someone with a row of admin to be able to delete a user. So we're going to add an admin middleware here. Middleware. All right, so this is going to allow us to delete the user if the user is an admin. Go to protect, and then we're going to set up that admin middleware, admin controller. Oops, not in the controller, but let's go in the protect, admin middleware, export const admin middleware. All right, so we're just gonna check the request object. We have the protect middleware, remember the protect, and then the admin. So we have access to that request object, which has the user inside. If I'm gonna check if the request dot user and the raw, if it's admin, we are going to go to the next middleware. In this case, we're going to the next function, which is delete user. Okay, if the raw is set to admin, requested user to raw is admin. Right, and then I'm just going to comment this. Maybe I'll put a comment: if user is admin, move to the next middleware / controller, maybe like that. And then here we're just gonna if not admin send 43 forbidden, okay, or terminate the request, something like that. And then we're going to say not authorized as admin. Okay, or you can say only admins can do this. Okay, something like this. Only admin. I don't know if this is grammatically correct. Let me check if it's actually a word. What is it? Oh, okay. Now, yeah, we have the middleware. So let's import that middleware. Okay, perfect. So let's try to delete user is not defined. Okay, because we have not created the function. But export const delete user, like that, and then we're just gonna say response.send user deleted something. Let's see if let's import this delete user. All right, So async handler is not defined because we have not imported async handler. Import async handler. All right, so we should be able to delete a user now, but we have not implemented the functionality. But let's see if we are hitting the. So I'm just put a param like any ID here, and then let's try to delete. Because this should be a delete method. So delete. Okay, so only admins can do this, but I think we're missing. Okay, so the user, the currently logged in user is not an admin. So let's try to change the role to admin, but we're going to fix this. We're going to put a way to change the role in the front end later if I do have time, by the way. But I'm going to show you a method, everything, so you'll be able to do this by yourself. So add update. So the role is now admin. So let's try to update. Okay, so now it says user deleted. Okay, perfect. So that it's working. So now let's work on the actual functionality to delete a user. Okay, so we're going to use the ID, const ID, that is the params. So we're going to get it from params. So the params is this what comes after users. Okay, so it's the params. So we're going to delete from admin/users. So make sure you copy this. Admin/users, and the params is the ones that come after. And then we're going to get the ID from request.params. Okay, and then I'm going to say attempt to find and delete the user. Okay, I want to say const user equal to await find user by ID. So make sure you import this and make sure it's JS. Find by ID and delete. Okay, so based on the ID, I want to say check if user exists, and I want to say if not user, I'm going to say user not found. User not found. Otherwise, I'm going to say delete user. Okay. Actually, if user, if not user, is not found, right? If we do have the user, let's put a message actually. Message user deleted successfully. Okay. So by the way, it's going to say user doesn't exist, by the way, here. So because the find user by ID, why are we not seeing the proper messaging path? Okay, so because this is not an actual ID, so that's why, but we should be able to see an error. Okay, let's attempt. Okay, so let's try to do this in try catch. Okay, so const user. All right. Otherwise, we're going to do the user here. We're just going to do an error. So let's try to send now. So server error. Okay, cannot delete user. Cannot delete user because the ID is not correct. So now let's try to boom, cannot delete user. Perfect. Now let's try to delete this user. Let's copy this ID. Okay, let's put it like this. Send, and user deleted successfully. Okay, so let's refresh. We should see no users in here. Okay, as you can see now, there's no more users. We've deleted the user. Perfect. So our delete functionality works. Our next functionality after the delete, let's commit this. Fit user deletion. User deletion. Okay, so we can delete the user we want to get all users. Get all users. So to get all users, router dot get, I'm just gonna say users. So to get a user, we need to be a creator. A creator can see all users. A creator middleware. Okay, so let's go to the protect export const. So the creator, the admin can also have access to the creator. Whatever the creator sees, the admin can see everything, but the creator can not see what the admin sees. Okay, so anything the user created, the admin can see, the creator can see. Let's create the creator middleware here. So we're just gonna check if you're a creator. Only creators can do this, but also if you're an admin, okay, if you're an admin, you are allowed. So what I will do, I'll wrap this in parentheses, in brackets, I mean, and then here I'll do an admin. Okay, and row if it's admin, admins can see this. All right, so now we've done the row for admin and creator and admin. They both can, see the same thing. Perfect. So let's do a verification. So if the user is verified or not verified, verified middleware export const verified. So we're gonna check if the request the user, if the user and then the is verified is true. So if the user is verified, we're gonna go to next. If it's not, we're gonna say please verify your email. So some functionality we only want it to be accessed by verified users. Okay, so creator middleware, make sure you import. We are missing get all users. We don't have this yet, admin controller. So probably if we need to get all users in the admin controller, auth admin controller, get all users. So here, this is going to be easy. So I'm going to say const users, when a user find, this is how we get all of the users. Okay, and then I'm going to say if we don't have the users, no users found, and then here we're just going to do a simple return of the users. Okay, that's it. That's basically what we need to do to get all of the users. Get all users. Get all users, so make sure you import that. So let's go to get users. Admin users is a get request. Seems like we don't have, wait a minute. What's the issue here? Cannot get. What's the for not found? Okay. Get users. Users. Get all users. So it's a get request on stash users. So okay, so this is not admin. You can put it into admin actually. I think it makes sense if we do admin. Admin / admin like this. We should be users. We don't have any users because we deleted no users. User not found. What? User not found. I don't know why it's saying user. It's not users. get, wait a minute, no users found. Okay, so probably we need to try catch this. Try catch. Okay, so user not found. Why is it saying user not found? I have no idea why it's saying user not found instead of users. So we are admin users. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Let's try to actually create a user, see what we'll get. Register. Okay, so now we have a new user. Get users. Okay, so now it's getting the users. I don't know why it's saying user not found on. All right, so we should say fit get users. All right, so that's the get users function. Now we need to work on the functionality to see if the user has been logged in, because we're going to do some conditional renderings in the front end to see, oh, is this user logged in, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to say login status. Okay, so I'm going to say login status, something like this, login status. So to get the login status, I'm going to do user login status. So something like this. So we're going to return true or false based on the status of the user, user login status. Okay, so let's go to user controller, login status, export const user login status. I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, so for this one, we are going to get the token from the request.cookies. So I'm gonna say if not token. So that means the user is not logged in. Okay, and then we're just gonna say unauthorized, and then we're just going to, if we do have a token, we're going to verify that token using JSON JWT and using the secret variable we have in the .env, and then decode the token, and then we're just going to verify this JWT verify token with secret. We need to import JWT here, JSON web token. All right, we should have the decoded. So I'm just gonna say verify token, verify the token. I'm gonna say if we do actually have the token, I'm gonna say user logged in. Else, instead of this, we're going to return false here. False. Okay, so if the user is logged in, we're going to return true. Okay, perfect. So probably, let's see, user logged in status. So if the user is logged in, I should be able to return login status, send. So true, I'm actually logged in. Let me try to log out. Okay, I'm logged out. Status, I should get an error or something. Login status. Okay, so it says not authorized. Wait, what error did I put? Okay, so yeah, if not token, so the user is not logged in. Okay, the user is not logged in anyway. Let me just space this out. Here we're returning true, here we're returning false. Okay, perfect. So I think that's what we need for now. We verifying, we decoded the token. We're getting whether the user is logged in or not. So currently it's not logged in, and then when we log in, Now we should get the status to true. Perfect. Now, what we need to do, commit user login status. I'm really good at bad at typing. Status. And the next step, we are going to work on sending emails. So we need to send a template to verify an email. So for example, this is the template to reset a password. You can click this button or whatever, but we need to send one for verifying your account. In this case, we're going to be using Handovers, the templating engine, to create the email templates. So let's go to the routes. In the routes, let's create a new route. Let's say verify user. Okay, for us to verify user, we need to send an email first. Okay, so we're gonna say email verification. Email verification. We're going to be using Node Mailer for us to be able to send emails. I'm gonna say const, not const, I mean routes. Router dot send email. Send email. Send email. For us to send email, we are going to require you need to be logged in. So we need the protect, and then we need the verify email. Verify email. Okay, so that's the function we want for us to send the verification email. All right, so what I'm going to do now, I am going to go to the user controller. I'm gonna say email verification. Okay, export const verify email. Make sure you import verify email here. Okay, so now in the user controller, we are going to get the user. Oops. We have access to the user from the request object, const user, and then we're going to find the user by ID, and then we're just going to check if user exists. If user exists, if not user, and then I'm going to say user not found. Otherwise, we're going to check if the user has already been verified. If user is already been verified, I'm going to say if user.is verified. If it's true, we're going to say user already verified. Otherwise, we're just going to create a new token, const token equal to await token. We're going to use a token model which we don't have yet. So we need a token for verification, for password reset as well. So let's create a token, a model called token. So for this one, we are going to have a token for reset. So we need an input field for reset, and also we need an input field for verification. Imports mongoose. I don't know how to pronounce this, mongoose or mongoose, whatever. And then we have const token schema. We're going to create a new schema. So in here, we are going to link our user document or table if you are from SQL. And then we are going to type, we're going to do schema.typeSetObject ID, and then it's going to reference the user document, and then it's going to be required. Okay, and then the properties we need, so we need to store the verification token. We're going to send that verification token, and also we need to store the reset password reset token, type string default, and then the created at because we're going to modify this. That's why we're doing it here, not using timestamps, because we're going to modify the created and expiry date. All right, and we're gonna say const token, and then we're going to export default. All right, so what we're essentially doing here is saying token, and make sure you add the JavaScript extension. Oh, it did that automatically. Nice. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to find one based on the user ID, because we're linking here. As you can see, we're referencing the user, so we have the user ID here. Okay, so now I'm gonna say if we do have a token already, because we're going to generate a new token. Okay, so if there's a token, we're going to generate a new one. If token exists, if token, we're gonna say if token exists, we're going to delete. I'm going to say await dot delete one. Okay, doesn't exist. I'm going to say update. Okay, or delete the existing one. Delete the token. All right. Otherwise, we're going to create a verification token using crypto. Create a verification token using crypto plus crypto pack. So the crypto module is coming from Node.js. So here we're just going to import crypto. So this is coming from Node. All right, so the crypto module, I'm gonna say const verification token. Verification token, we're going to create, go to crypto, to random bytes. We're going to create about 64 bytes. So each byte is about 8 bits. So each character is about, I think each character is 8 bits as well. Let me check. So each character is 8 bits, which is 1 byte. How many bytes in a character? A single text character, 1 or 2 bytes. So I'll say 8 bits. So what? Yeah, 1 bit. Each character is 1 bit. No, 1 byte, not bit. So 1 byte is equals to 8 bits, which is 1 character. So 1 character is 1 byte or equal to 8 bits. So here we are going to do 6 random bytes, 64 bytes, which is 64 characters. So if you want to get how many bits in here, you multiply by 8. Okay. So each bit is each byte is 64 is 8 bits. I mean, so 64 bytes. How many bits are we going to have? Okay, actually no, it's let me get a calculator. So calculator, 1 byte equal to 8 bits, right? 8 bits, that's 1 byte. So 64 bytes by 8, that's 512 bytes. Bits, oh my days, I'm getting confused. So yeah, that's bits. Okay, so anyway, do your own research. Anyway, I always get confused with this. So do your own research. So 64 bytes, 64 characters. I'm gonna say to string, and then we're gonna use hex, and then we're going to add the user ID. I probably over-explained this one, so I probably got you more confused. But anyway, so you can do your own research. And then we're going to hash the verification token. I'm gonna say const hash token. So hash token, we're going to await remember our function, we have the hash token function. Actually, we don't have this function yet, so we need to hash our token. So inside the helpers, let's do hash token.js. All right, so for us to hash this token, we're going to be using the crypto import crypto, which is this one is a node package. I'm gonna say export, actually const, I'm gonna say hashed token. So it's going to take in a token, and then we're going to get the hash token. Not hashed, it should be hash. We're going to hash a token. So it's going to get the token, then we're going to hash that token using the SHA-256 algorithm. Hash token using SHA-256, and then we're going to return here, return crypto, and then we're going to create a hash. Okay, and then using the SHA-256 algorithm, and then we're going to update the token, and then let's make sure it's a string to a string. Okay, string, and then digest hex. Okay, and then let's just export default here. So now we are creating a hash token, and then let's hash this token here, hash token. We're going to hash the verification token. Okay, so let's await. What's going on with await here? Minute. I don't know. It says why it's saying await has no effect. Okay, so let's see if we're missing anything here. Verification, random bytes, 64, string hex. Okay. Const hashed token, and then we're going to await here. Await new token. We're going to create a new token here, and then we're going to pass in the user ID. This token is going to expire in 24 hours. So as I explained before, 1000 milliseconds is 1 second, times 60, that's the 60 seconds, that's 1 minute, times 60, that's 60 minutes, that's 1 hour, plus hours, 24, 1 times 24, that's 24 hours. That's what's happening. All right. So now I believe we are saving that, and then we need to create a verification link. Const link. We're going to be using our client link, verification link. So for example, when we're verifying an email, we're going to have the client link, for example, localhost 3000, that's what we're using. If you deploy a website, it will be your main link of your website, and then the name, verify email, in this case, it's verify email, and then the token. So that's what we're doing here. So client URL, whatever client URL you're using, verify email, and then the verification token. Okay, and for us to send an email, we're going to need a few properties. We're going to make sure these properties are really correct. So send email. We're going to use node mailer, by the way. So we're going to say const. We're going to need a subject. So subject is going to be authkit. So this is the authkit. Okay. Let me just paste in the rest of the properties, and then I'll explain them one by one. Okay, so authkit, email verification, authkit. Okay, so authkit. So now we need the subject of the email. So we're going to send to the currently logged in user.email, and then reply. We don't want to reply to this email. And then the template, this is going to be a handovers template. We don't have that template yet, but we're going to create one. To the send from, you can use your Gmail to send from Gmail or Outlook. I tried Gmail. I kept having issues, but I didn't have enough time to keep searching for how to fix it. I just created an Outlook account. So I've done that this one in the previous video, so I didn't want to do this process again. As I said, I was creating a video and then I was recording the wrong screen. So this is the email host, that's the Outlook, and then the email I created, that's where the emails are going to be sent from. For example, if you have a company, it's going to be a company email, something, and then the password to log into that email. So this is an actual real email and the actual password of the email. I'm going to change this later on anyway. Don't copy this. So create your own Outlook account or Gmail and try. If Gmail doesn't work, Outlook will work for you. But to follow this video, just create an Outlook account. And then here we're going to send from the user email, which is coming from the environment variable, the user email, and then the password. Also, we don't need the password for now. We're going to use that later on. And then the URL is going to be the verification link like this. Okay, so now we have that. We need a function to send an email. We need to create a function, and also we need to install Node Mailer. So what I will do, let's install Node Mailer. npm I Node Mailer. Okay, so while we're installing, go back. I'm going to close everything here, and then here we're just going to do a try catch, and then we're just going to do an error. Okay, an error. I'm gonna say error sending email response dot status email could not be sent. All right, so here we're going to await send email. So the send email is going to take these as arguments. So make sure there are 7 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so these are parameters. We put them in here. Okay, so and then we're just gonna send a response here. Email sent. So we don't have this function yet, but we need to create that function. So we are going to go to helpers and then send email.js. So for the send email, we need to import Node Mailer. You can also read the documentation, by the way. So we also need the path module. Import path. Okay, so and then we're gonna say, actually we also need the .env config, and then we do const file name equal to path.resolve, and then we're gonna say import .meta.url, and then we have the directory name, which is going to reference the file name, and then we're gonna say create a function const send email, and then it's going to take in options. So options, I'm gonna say const options is going to be an object, which is going to have subject. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing it here, I'll just do them here. So we're going to have subject. All of those options we've done earlier, by the way. Like this, URL. All right, so we have subject send from URL. Actually, let me name it link, and I'll go back, and I'll actually probably, yeah, I'll just leave it like this. Okay, send email. Okay, so now let's see what we might need. So in here, we're going to create a transporter. That's how we send an email. So we create something called a transporter, and then we create a transport Node Mailer dot create transport. And then service, it's going to be not Gmail, but it's going to be Outlook. Outlook 365, I think. 365. Oops, 365. All right, and then host is going to be office 365.com. That's the host, and then the port 587, and then secure to false for now. And then the auth object is going to take in the user details, so the user email and the password. So it's in here, I name the password pass, and then the user email. So if you go to env, these are my login details for the email, by the way. So email, password, and so we have the email and then the password, and then I'm just gonna pass them in here. Okay, so probably if you use I'm gonna say your Outlook email, something like that, and then Outlook password, your password. I'm just gonna comment this for you. Okay, so now we are going to do TLS and then ciphers, and then we're gonna set SSLv3. By the way, you can look at the documentation how this all work, and I was following the documentation and stuff. So, and then we're going to set our template engine, which is handlebars. So I'm going to say handlebars handlebars. Oops, it should be just handlebars like this. Options like that, and then the view engine is handlebar. Extension name is .handlebars. I think it's let's do HBS to make it shorter. HBS, and then the partials directory, or where we're going to save our email templates. We're going to create a new folder in the source called views. Okay, views instead of templates, and then we're going to navigate to views like this. We're going to read the templates in this folder called views with an extension called handlebars. Okay, and then we're just gonna do transporter.use compile handlebars. And okay, and then we're just going to set the mail options to our parameters. Okay, so we are from reply template link, and then the context of name and link. Okay, perfect. And then here we're just going to do a simple try catch, and then we're going to say const info await transporter to send mail options, and then we're just going to cog like that, and then we're going to say return in actually we're just going to return the info like that, and then for errors we're just going to throw an error throw error like that, and then we're just gonna send this as default. All right, so this should be link. Let's do link. All right, so now let's import this file email like that, save. So we don't have a template, but let's see if we're actually sending an email. So let's go back and then send email verification. We don't need the body. Actually, we might need some details for now. So make sure you set we've already set the template anyway. We don't need these details, so it's fine. So send verify email. It's a post request. So user routes send email. Let's go user routes verify email. Is it already been imported? Yep, it is imported. It should be a post send email. Why is it saying email verification? Actually, I'm just thinking what I should name this route. Let's say email verification or verify email. Okay, that's our route. Let's see if we have any errors. Nothing. Okay, so now let's say send this. Okay, email could not be sent. Okay, so we don't have a template. Okay, so we need to create a template. So our template for this one is called email verification. Okay, let's create a new template called ends with HBS handlebars. Okay, so let's generate an HTML. This is a test mail. Okay, so something like that, and then I'm just going to do an H1 here to see if it's working. So now let's try to send an email to this account. So send email could not be sent. HBS is not defined. Okay, so let's save again. Let's try to restart. Actually, restart. Okay, so send again. HBS. Okay, so I think we need the full extension instead of the shortcut. Now let's do handlebars like that. So I'm guessing the extension is not found. So let's change this to handlebars. Okay, so now let's try to send an email again. Email could not be sent. Okay, HBS is not defined. We don't have an HBS in the email, do we? HBS. Oh, I think NodeMailer is being imported. What can be the issue? Path. I see. We didn't import the handlebars express bar. Import handlebars NodeMailer. We need to import the NodeMailer express handlebars. All right. And also for this one, we need not resolve, but we need a file URL to path, I believe, and then let's import that. Import file URL to path. Okay, something like that, and then it's coming from node URL. So this shouldn't be path, should be like this. Okay, so let's see what issue we have now. NodeMailer express handlebars. Oh, we haven't installed this package yet, so we need to install the package that works with NodeMailer and handlebars. So npm I NodeMailer express handlebars. So now we have installed this package. We shouldn't have an issue now. Let's save. Okay, so now let's try to send an email again. Email could not be sent. Okay, another issue again. What is it now? Missing login credentials. We're not logged in. So let's try to log in. Okay, we have logged in. So let's send the email again. Send. Email could not be sent. Okay. I see. I think the login details for the send email here, that might be wrong. So user email. Let me check. User email. email pass. Okay. Email pass. Okay, so this is the wrong credentials. So make sure your credentials are correct. And then let's try to send the user again, to send an email again. Send. Okay, so email sent. So let me check my email. I created this email for this specific use. So let's see. By the way, if you have any questions, queries, send me an email through this email here, on this email. Nothing happens. Let me check. Nothing. Okay, let's try again. I think I know why, because I deleted an email here. Okay, nothing happens. Let me check if the email is correct, the one I'm sending to. Copy this email, send to this one. Okay, so now let's send again. Email sent. Okay, so let's check our spam. Nothing here. All right, message sent. Okay, so this is really weird. Email verification. We have the email verification here. So anyways, I did find the issue. So I put a comment here saying the order matters of how you put these parameters. So we start with subject, and then we go send to reply to template. So I'm just going to reorder this. Okay, so make sure the order is like this. So the order really matters. So let's try to resend the email now. So send. Let's go check our inbox. Okay, as you can see now, we have the email in the inbox, and then there's our template. So we can get these properties, for example, the name. This is handlebars, so we have to use the double curly braces to say hello, and then name. Okay, so that's how we get the properties. So now let's try to resend this email. Go to Postman, send, and we should see an email appear saying hello, the name of the user that is logged in. Okay, perfect. So now the other thing that we want to do now is to actually use an actual template. So I've done the template. It's just simple HTML. So you can do this. You can design this however you want. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in the HTML. So we're just getting the link here, and then Authkit name. So here we only have we have the picture, the image, which is the profile picture of my GitHub account, and then the subject, and then we have the hello, the name, and then blah blah blah, the small message, whatever you want to put here, and then the button to verify account, and let's save. So let's see if we see our template. So I'm just going to delete this, and let's hit send. Okay, so I believe we should have our template. There we go. So we have our complete template. You can make this as, you can style this as much as you want, whatever you want. But when I click verify account, we're going to be able to see the token. So this is what we're going to be using to use to dynamically navigate to the verify email on our front end. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this token actually. Actually, we don't need it now. We're going to create a new token later. Okay, so let's go to the routes, and then we're just going to create an actual route to verify the email. So this route is going to lead us to a page on our front end, but this is just the backend logic we're going to work on right now. So I'm just going to say verify user using the email verification. So this is actually, this should be email verification, and then here we're actually verifying the user. So we're going to create a new router dot post, and then we're going to verify user like this, and then this should be the verification. So it's really good to be descriptive with these names. Verification token. So we're going to send the token as a param, and then we're going to take that token and then use it to do something. So the function that we're going to be using in this case is actually verify user. Verify user. We're going to go to the controllers, and then we're just going to comment verify user, and then export const verify user. Verify user. All right, so I'm just going to import verify user. Okay, so verify user has been imported. Let me check if I'm recording the correct screen. Okay, perfect. So verify, I'm going to open the verify. We're going to get the verification token from the params, because we're sending this as a param. Okay, so we want to get the token, and then we're going to check if we're going to check if not verification token. If we don't have the token, we're just going to say invalid verification token. Okay, and then we're going to hash this token if we do have the token, because the one in the database is hashed. Okay, so hash the token. I'm just going to say because it was hashed before saving. Okay, so I'm going to say const hashed token, hash token equal to hash. We have this function, it's already imported to hash the token. Okay, so and then we're just going to find the user. Find user. Find user. Okay, with verification token. Const user token equal to await, and then we're going to do await token. Oops, yeah, token, and then dot find one based on the verification token, and also we're going to check for the expiration. Check if the token exists, and check if the token is not expired. Okay, so and then we're going to say expires it. Oops, expires at, and then greater than date.now, and then save. So let's cog the user token. So let's go back, let's try to verify user, send. Okay, verify user cannot get, it should be a post method. Excuse me. So save, and let's try to send. Cannot post / verify user. Okay, what are we missing here? Okay, we need the token. So let's go to the email. Let's delete this. Let's create a new token. So let's email verification send. Okay, so let's get the token. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this token. You can console log this token, by the way, instead of copying it from here. Copy this token, and then I'm just going to paste that token. So it's a param, so we're going to paste it after the /user, and then paste the token, and then let's send. Okay, so we should see the user now. We should see the token. We should see the token matching this hash token. Okay, so the hash token, the verification token is this one. So if we go to the database, we should be able to see that. Tokens AF4. Okay, so perfect. So now we need to get the user. So we are using the ID, right? So the user ID. So this is the user ID. We want to get the user with this ID in this token. Okay, so how do we grab the user? So I'm just gonna say check if there's no user token first. So if not user token, I'm gonna say invalid or expired token, and then I'm just gonna say find user with find user with the user ID in the token, and then I'm gonna say if. So if we actually, let's do const user equal to await user.find by ID, and then user token.user ID, and then we're gonna say if user is verified, user.is verified. So if the user is verified, we're just gonna display an error saying the user is already verified. All right, if the user is not verified, we're just going to update this property, update user to verified. So user dot is verified, we're going to set that to true, and then the user is going to be verified. And then we're just going to save this change, and then we're going to await user to save, and then we're just going to say user verified, like this. All right, so now let's try to verify this user. So we still have the token, so now let's send again. Okay, now it's saying user verified. So let's see our users, it should be verified, set to true now, as you can see. So let's try to verify this user. User already verified, as you can see. Okay, so that's our verification for the user. So we're going to do fit user verification, and then we're just going to commit the changes. Okay, user verification. Perfect. So now we are going to let's see, we need to do the same thing for the email to send an email for password. If you forget your password, so for verification, we send an email here with the template to verify the user, and then this functionality to verify the user. We need to do the same thing, 2 functions for the password. So an email to verify the password, and then the functionality to actually change the password. Okay, so we are going to say forgot password. I'm going to say router.post. So we're going to say forgot password. Okay, I'm just going to go to the user controller and say forgot password, export const forgot password. Oops, forgot password. I'm just going to say response.send forgot password route. Let's make sure we import this password. All right, so we've imported the function, so let's try to see if it's working. So let's hit the route, forget password. Okay, so let's send. Okay, so we are hitting the route. Perfect. So we now need to send, we need an email for us to forget the password, by the way. So we're going to send that via requested body. Okay, so we're going to say const, we're going to destructure and get the email from the requested body. So that's what we're going to be using to change the password. So I'm just going to check if this email exists. Okay, so if we don't have the email, I'm going to say email required. Okay, and then const check if user exists. I'm going to say const user equal to await user dot find one with this email, find one with this email, and then if we have the user, and then if not user, if not user, 404 not found, and then we're just going to say user not found, and then we're just going to create a token. Okay, so we're gonna see if the reset token exists. Okay, so I'm gonna say let token equal to await token dot find one. Okay, based on the user ID. Okay, so user ID, this user here dot ID. Okay, so we're gonna check if the token has this user ID. Okay, so if we're gonna say if token exists, if we do have a token, we're just going to delete the token. Okay, we've done this before. Otherwise, we're just going to create a reset password token. Create a reset token using user ID. Okay, I think you should make it expire in 1 hour instead of 24 hours. 1 hour expires in 1 hour. So I'm gonna say const. I'm gonna actually const and then password reset token. It's the same thing we've done earlier. For the verification token, we're going to use crypto to generate random bytes. Each byte is 8 bits, which is 64 characters. And then we're going to use the hex, and then we're going to add the user ID. Perfect. Now I'm just going to hash the token, hash the reset token. I'm going to say const hash token. We're going to use the hash function to hash our token, and then we're just going to await new token, and then we're just going to add the properties. Oops, we're not saving. Actually, we need to save because we're going to update these properties. Okay, so user ID, we're going to set it to the actual user ID reset token. This should be password reset token. Password reset token. Okay, so this is 1 hour, 1 millisecond. This is 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second, times 60 seconds, which is 1 minute, times 60, which is 1 hour. Excuse me. Okay, so, and then we need to create the reset link. We've done that before. So const reset link. We're constructing using the client URL, and then reset password, and then the actual token. And then we're just going to say send email to user. Okay, so subject is going to be password reset authkit. Okay, and then we're going to say send to user dot email, and then send from const send, I don't know why it's not remembering, user dot email. I can't remember the env name, so let's double check. User email. Okay, that's correct. And then we need to do reply to add no reply. I'm just going to paste in the reply to email. We don't need to reply to this email, so I'm just going to say no reply. You can put anything you want here. And then template is going to be forgot password. Forgot password. That's the template we're going to use. And then the name, you go to the user.name, the actual name, and then URL. We're going to set this to the reset link. So now we're just going to do what we did earlier. Try catch. We're doing the same thing, and then here we're just going to display the CLG and then error, and then here we're just gonna do return. We're just gonna say email could not be sent. Okay, and then here we're just going to await send email. Make sure you start with subject, send from reply to template name, and then URL, and then let's save. We actually need to send a response here, response.json, and then we're gonna say email sent. So we don't have the, let's try to forget password. Let's try that. Email could not be sent. Okay, doesn't say why, but all I know is we don't have the forget password. There it is saying forget password is not there. We need to create this template dot handlebars, and let's generate a random document. This is password reset. Okay, so let's try send. Okay, so now it's saying email send. So let's see if we have the password reset. So as you can see now, it's saying password reset and says this is password reset. We have the template. So I've also constructed another template. You can get it from GitHub. It's called forgot password template. Actually, let me see. This is for verify, and then we need to get the forget password. Okay, I'm just going to paste in. So here we say hello name, we have received your reset to authkit, your request your authkit password to change blah 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 blah, didn't request this change blah blah blah. This is just some random text. Anyway, you can do this. It's just basic HTML, and remember to add your properties like this. Okay, so now let's try to send again. Okay, so there it is. So as you can see now, we have the password. It's showing a link. If you didn't request this change, just ignore the password. And then yeah, this is our password reset template. Okay, so let's try to work on the actual password itself. I'm just going to commit this fit password reset template. something like that. That's the wrong spelling for template. Okay, template. All right, so now we should be able to work on the actual functionality to reset the password. We're going to do the same thing we've done here. We're going to use the params. Okay, we're going to say reset password. We're going to route at the post reset password using the post method. Okay, so the endpoint is reset password. Let's go down here and we're going to create a new function, reset password, export const reset password, and then we're just going to say response to send reset password route, and here we're just going to import the function, excuse me, and let's try to hit this endpoint, reset password, and hit. There we go, it's working. So now we just need to do a bit of destruction. We've done this before. We're just going to destructure the password from the requested body. So const, we're gonna say, actually we're going to use the reset password token, and reset password token. Okay, so make sure it's more descriptive, something like that, or you can say reset token, whatever, it's up to you. Okay, so I'm just gonna const reset password token like this. Okay, so we can COG this if you want. So we should have a token here. There it is. Perfect. So we are also going to destructure the password property, and then we're just going to hash the reset token, const hash token equal to hash token. Okay, so and then we're just going to check if user if token exists and it's still valid. Token exists and it's still valid, it is not expired. Okay, so const user, so we've done this before, so we're just going to go user token equal await token dot find one. Okay, we can do password reset token, and then we're just going to put the hash token, and then we're just going to check for the expiry. Okay, now we can also do you can do a simple check anyway before we even reach this level, like what we did here. You can do a simple check. Okay, so we can just say if, okay, so we can say if not, if we don't have the token, actually let's do the password. If not password is required, we can just do some checks, you know, just to improve the security. You can do as many checks as you want for as many details as you want to check. Okay, so now let's try to see COG user token. Let's see what it is. So let's see if this token works. So the users know, so I'm guessing this token it doesn't work, so let's copy this token. It should still be valid, so copy this token and let's send it. Okay, paste, cancel, and let's send. Let's go back to VS Code. As you can see now, we have the password reset token, so we are receiving the token, and then we have the user ID. So now we want to fetch this user based on the user ID. Okay, so I'm just going to say if we don't have the token, I'm just going to say invalid or expired. Then I'm going to say find user with this ID. I'm going to say const user equal to await user dot find by ID using the token. So the token is this property user ID, which is this one, and then we're just going to get that user, and then we're going to update the password of that user. I mean, we're going to we're going to update user password based on that password that they passed in the request object. Okay. If not user token, so now we're getting the user. I'm gonna say update password, update user password. I'm gonna say user password, user.password, and then setting that to the password that is passed in the requested body. So the password has already been hashed, because remember we have the pre method we're using on the user model. So that's allowed us to hash the password before. So it's hashed already. So, and then now we're just going to await and save. So this password is hashed before saving. So, and then here we're just going to return the password reset successfully. Okay, so now moment of truth. Let's try to update this password. So what is our current password? Okay, so I'm just gonna say test pass 1, send, password reset successfully. Okay, let's try to log in again now. So login, now invalid credentials. Okay, so test pass invalid. So test pass 1. There we go. So now we are logging in with the details. So let's try to change this password again to test pass. Password reset successfully. Let's try to log in. Now it's invalid. Okay, so now let's try to log in again. There we go. Now it's working. So we have managed to reset the password. So let's commit this fit password reset. All right, so now we have the password reset. We now need to change this password. Okay, the one that's already been saved. So we might want to update it to whatever, to a new password. So we need the current password and then the new password to change this password. Let's go ahead and create the route for that. Okay, so we're going to do a patch method, update password, Okay, it's actually change. Let's do update or change password. I'm gonna say user must be logged in. Okay, so router, and then we have the should be change password, because we're going to access the user object from the protect middleware. If you remember, it's going to allow us to access the user in the request. We're going to change password. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that function. Change password. Change password export const change password, and here we're just gonna response.send change password route, and we're just going to import this function. Okay, so now we have the function. Let's see if it's working. Let's go to Postman and change password. It should be what's change password. Okay, route. So you can name this change password. So I'm just going to copy this endpoint change password, and then let's this is a patch request because we're updating the properties. So as you can see, now we are hitting the endpoint. So in this case, in the body, we're just going to need what is our current password? So login. Okay, I'm just going to copy these properties, go back to change password, paste. So we need the current password, and then we need the new password, okay, something like this. I'm just going to copy the current and put it here. Okay, current, and we should have access to these properties. So cog, oops, why am I doing cog here? Const, we're going to destructure current password and new password, so we can cog these properties. Cog, let's send, and we should see the passwords here. Oops, nothing happens. Send again. Did I not import this? Change password. Okay. Send. I don't know. Okay, there it is. So we have it now in the console because I had not saved the file. Okay, so now we have the password. Let's go back to change password. I'm just going to check if we don't have these inputs. So if not current password or new password, I'm gonna say all fields are required. I'm just thinking if we never mind. I'm just gonna find the user by ID. Okay, so the user is already in the request.body. Yeah, I mean the request.user. Okay, so because we have the protect middleware, so I can say request.user. Okay, we should be able to see the user object that is currently logged in. So as you can see, we have the user right here. Okay, so request.user, we're going to say find user by ID. Find user by ID. I'm going to say const user equal to await user.find by ID, the request, the currently logged in user. Okay, we're getting the ID of that user, and then we're just going to compare the passwords in the data to compare if the current password matches the one in the database. Okay, so this one, if it matches the one in the database. Okay, I'm gonna say compare current password with the one hashed in the database. So I'm gonna say const is match. So is match equal to await, and then we're going to do bcrypt dot compare. We're going to run the compare method, and then we're going to compare the current password and then the user dot password, the one in the database, so the user. Okay, we're just going to comparing this password. So it's going to return true or false here. Okay, so we're gonna say if it's not match, if the password don't match, I'm gonna say invalid password. Okay, something like this, invalid password. So now we want to reset if the password matches. Okay, so reset password. I'm gonna say if is match is true. Oops, if is match, and then we're just going to user dot password equal to the new password that we pass in, and then we're just going to save that update, and then we're just going to return a response here, password change successfully. And then we're just going to display some errors, invalid or password could not be changed. Password could not be changed. Okay, so we have password could not be changed. Let's save. So now let's try to change the password. Let's go back and let's change. Run. Password changed successfully. We can still log in with this password, by the way, because we didn't change this password. So let's change this new password. So test. I'm gonna say test 1 2 3 4. Okay, so change. So password changed successfully. Let's try to log in with the old one. Invalid credentials. Okay, and let's try to log in with a newly changed password. And there we go. Now we are logging in. So that's it for the reset password. I think that's actually all of it for the backend section. If we need any more features in the future or properties, we can always add them later on. But that's it for the backend section. I'm just going to do a quick commit. Hit password change. Okay, but actually, we might want to do some error handling. We can create maybe, I don't know, we can create like an error handler for us to allow us to handle some errors. Okay, so actually let's create a new let's do helper error handler .js. Okay, so here we're just going to define some kind of error handling. Const error handler. So this is the middleware, so it's going to take in the next. Okay, so let me put a comment here. I'm gonna say error handler middleware. Okay, so yeah, it takes in the error object, request, response, and then the next. Okay, I'm gonna check if response headers already been sent to the client, and then I'm just gonna say if response to headers been sent to the client, we're gonna go to the error to the next. Okay, and if actually let's do status code const. I found this on Google, by the way, how to do this kind of error handling. So status code responds the status code if it's 200, or if it's 200. Actually, let me do the status code and response. Oops, it should be end response dot status code if it's greater than or equal to 400, and then we're just gonna use the status code, and then otherwise we're gonna set it to 500. And then actually we are going to respond to status, response to status, which is status code. We're gonna comment set the status code for the response. Log errors, error stack trace to the console. The console if not in production. So if we're not in production, we want to see the errors in the console. Okay, I'm just gonna say this for debugging. So something like if process, so we need to actually create this variable here, .node.env. So let's go to env here. Let's create the node.env. So we're gonna set that to development. Okay, so we can if in production, we can change it to production, but now we're in development mode, so we don't need to put it to production. Okay, so if where is it, error handler? So if in production, if we're not in production, I mean, we're going to show this error. Okay, otherwise I'm just going to return response.json, and then message error.message, and then stack process.env equal to production. It's going to be no. If it's production, we don't want to see the errors, but if we're in development, we're going to see the errors. Okay, and then I'm just going to export. This is a middleware, so export as default. Okay, now let's just use that middleware in the server. So this server is the main entry point of our application. I'm just gonna say, okay, error handler middleware. So something like app.use, and then we're gonna say error handler. So something like that. Okay, perfect. So I think that's what we need for now. Fit error handler. Okay, so yeah, that's it for the backend section. This is quite a lot, but hope you learned something from this. If we need more properties in the future, we can add them later, but also you can add them by yourself as well. Now you have the knowledge to do it yourself. So I'll see you in the front end section. Okay, so now let's move on to the front end. We're going to be using Next. We're going to run npx create Next app at latest. We're going to be using the latest version, and then it's going to be auth kit like this. Actually, this should be client the name. I'm just going to copy this because we're going to cd into this. So create. We're going to be using TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, yes, source directory, no. And let's wait for the installation. Depending on how quick your internet is, it should be quick. There we go. So now let's cd into that folder. By the way, make sure you're in the auth kit too. Don't install the project in the backend. Okay, so cd into that, and then we're going to run npm run dev to run that project. Okay, so it should be on localhost 3000. And let's go ahead and do some cleanups. Let's go to the page. Actually, in the page, we're going to get rid of this main and get rid of the image. This should be a client component. So we're going to use client. And then we're going to create a context folder. Context. So our context, we're going to have like a user context file. It's going to handle all of the user functionality. So I'm just going to name it user context.js. Okay. Now let's see what we have in the browser. So we don't have anything yet because we removed everything. So let's go to the globals, remove everything except the utilities and the components. Perfect. So I'm going to close the global. So here I'm going to import React. Oops, was it in capital letters? React from React, and then here we're gonna say const user context equal to react.create context, or otherwise, if you don't want to do this, you can just import create context here, use effect, use state, and then create. Actually, we have the create context already. Okay, and then we have the use context. Okay, and then we're going to export const user context provider, and then I'm just going to return in here. We don't need this. We're just going to return hello from context. So this is going to allow us to manage all of the user state. So for us to use this, we need to wrap. So the children is going to be our entire application. So we need to wrap our application in this state, the context provider. So let's go and create a providers folder. We can do it here, providers, and then we're just going to create user context provider.tsx. Okay, this to be a client component, use client, and then it's going to be a functional component, and then we're going to create an interface. We're going to say props, and then it's going to be children, which is going to be a React node, and then destructor here, and then we are going to put the children in here, and we need to import the user context. So import user context provider from dot context, and then user context, okay, like that. And then we need to put the user context provider here like this. Let's get rid of this. Okay, I don't know why we have an issue. User, okay, it's because of the name here. So I'm just going to rename this to user provider. Okay, user provider. So update this to user provider. So user and then provider. So let's save. Oops. Okay, so this should be context provider. All right, so now let's go ahead and wrap our entire application, which is the layout. So the children, we're going to wrap with the user provider because this is a server component. We're going to use use client in here. So user provider, and then the children, like that. Okay, so now let's see if we have access to the state. So we need to go back here to the user context. When I say export const use user context, and then here we're just going to return the use context, and then we're going to use the user context, like that. Okay, so here we're just going to say const user, actually it should be use user context user, like this. All right, and then let's cog. Okay, so let's see the terminal console. It says hello from context, so that means our context is working. Excuse me, our context is working. So now let's start working on the home page. I'm just going to put some images in the public folder. So public, I am going to put like 2 images in there in the public folder. So glass. Okay, so with the glass, I'm just going to I think I'll start with, okay, I'm just trying to see what I can start with. So the home page, let me try to run the live version so I can have a reference to this. Cd dot. Okay, so npm run dev. Okay, just one moment. I'm just trying to run the live version. Okay. So this is our reference, right? So we are going to start, let's start with the actual login page. Okay. So to create a page, the name, the route is login. And then to make sure it's a page, we need to add a page.tsx in here. So this will be a page. It's a route as well. So login. So it's a login page. So here, React functional component and export. So when I go to slash login, okay, so it says page. Perfect. So for the login page, let's start with, let's name this class name page, what should I name this? Page, auth page or something. Auth page, I don't know how to name this class. So this is the class I want to use on all of the pages. So I'm just going to go to the global. I'm just going to style this class in CSS. I don't want to style that with using Tailwind. Okay, so this is the only, I think this is the only class I'm going to style in here. And then I'm going to say height. I'm going to set that to 100 VH. And then the background, I'm going to set URL. And then it's going to be coming from public folder, and then it's going to be the glass pg, and then we're just going to say no repeat, and then we're just going to say center, and then fixed, like this. Okay, so now let's see, we should have this glassy looking background. Okay, I've made this in Figma. Okay, so we have that. I think that's what we need for now. So let's go back to the login, page. In here, I'm going to add some styles. I'm going to say width. I'm going to set that to full, and then height, full, 100%, flex, and then justify center, item center, because we want to center this form here. By the way, we should have started with the register page, but we are going to need the same thing. Let's copy this to register. So let's create register, and then we're going to do page.tsx, and then we're going to work on the register now, close others. Okay, so this is our register. Okay, that's what we're going to start with. So the register page is actually going to use the same class, okay, the auth page class, and also it's going to use these same classes here. Perfect. So now we just want to render the register form, okay, which we don't have yet. So let's go to the components, and then we're going to do auth, okay, and then we're going to do we can create a new folder for it, register form, like this. Okay, because we don't think it's in the correct, wait, what, register form .tsx. Okay, so auth, okay, yeah, so it's in the correct one, register form .tsx, and then we're gonna go here. I'm gonna say use client, and then functional export, and then we're just going to import this register form. All right, so we should have a register form here. Okay, so our route should be register. Okay, so there it is. So register form. All right, so for the form, let's start with, so this should be a form, and then we're going to do class. So for class, I'm going to give it margin of 2 rem, and then padding x to 10. That's left and right padding. Okay, and then I'm going to do py padding top and bottom. I'm going to set that to 14, and then rounded lg is going to be rounded, and then background bg white, so that's the background of the form. And then I'm just going to also set a width to 4. Oops. So width 4, and then we're going to set the max, max width to 520 pixels, like that. So let's save. So this is our form. Excuse me. All right, so in the form we are going to have a div. So it's going to have a class of relative, and then it's going to have a z of 10, z index, and then we're going to have an h1. Okay, so h1 like this, and then I'm going to h1 dot what's mb2 dot text center dot text, actually I'll just leave it text center like that, and then we're going to do text equal to 135 rem, 1.35 rem. You can use any font size you want, and then we're going to say font medium, font weight, which is medium, and then I'm just going to say register for an account, so something like this. So register for an account. Okay, and we're going to have a p tag .mb8. okay, and then we're going to say px to rem. You can tweak these values to whatever you like. And then text center, text, the color of the text, which is going to be hash 999, and then we're going to do text the size equal to 14 pixels, so something like that. Okay, so that's for the p tag. Okay, so that's for the p tag. In here we're just going to say already have an account, like that. Already have an account. If you already have an account, and then we're going to put in an A tag here. That's going to send us to the login. Okay, so A tag. So it is like a green color, and then a purple color on hover, and then a transition, and then a duration of 300 milliseconds. So like this. Okay. Actually, we want to add a space here. So add a space like this. Okay, so we should have a small space. So log in here. Perfect. So now we have that. We are going to, after the p tag, we're going to have dot flex flex column. Okay, so flex column, we're going to have a label here, label dot mb1. Okay, dot mb1, and this should be name, so that's the label for name. And then we're going to have text, and then we're going to do a hash 999 like that. And then we're going to have a full name here, full name, so something like that. We should have like a label here, full name. There it is. And now we just need to do the input. So for the input, the type is going to be text, and then the value is going to be name. Value is going to be name, and then ID is going to be name, and then placeholder John Doe. The classes, it's not remembering all of my classes, by the way. So I'm going to do px4, and then py3, and then border. So for the border, I am going to set the border to 2 pixels, and then I'm going to say rounded MD, and then we're going to do outline. Outline, I'm going to set it to green color. I'm just going to copy a color here and paste it. Okay, so green color, that's for the outline. And then we're going to do text gray 800, I guess. Okay, so that's our input. Okay, so the only thing that's left is the value of the input, which we haven't done yet. We're going to use the state for that. Okay, so let's duplicate this. Duplicate. So this should be email. So email. Okay, so something like this. And then placeholder is just going to be John Doe. Like that. We should have like an email here. So for the email, I'm going to have like a MT here, margin top to 1 rem. Okay, so margin top, we'll set that to 1 rem. We should have like nice spacings. And finally, we're going to have a password. So password. Okay, so password. Okay, so for password, still empty 1. I'm going to set the position of this to relative, because I'm going to do an icon to review the password. So this icon here to review the password. So if I type something, it's going to hide and review. Okay, so for that, I am going to use font awesome CDN. So let's go to the CDN, and let's copy this link here, and we're going to go to layout. Here we just change this to cross origin, capital letter P, something like that. So we should have font awesome installed. It's the CDN, so we don't need to install it locally. Okay, so password, type password. So as for the placeholder, I am going to put some stars here. Okay, so something like that. So that's our password placeholder. Okay, we still need these properties. Okay, so let's go back. Password, email. So the final thing that we want here is the button. Okay, so the button, I'm actually going to add the icon later here. Okay, actually let's do it now. Button. Okay, and then I'm just going to show an icon here. Okay, so we should have an icon. There it is. So I'm just going to style this class name absolute, and then I'm just going to do a padding 1, right for top, and text to 22. Okay, and we're just going to set an opacity to 45, 45, which is 0.45. Okay, opacity, and then the text. There it is. Nice. And we also need a final button for submission. So for the button to submit, let's see the final one. So we have the forgot password here. So button, after the div, I'm going to have another div here. I'm going to do class name. I'm going to give it a margin mt4, and then flex and justify end, like that. So I want it to be at the end. So the password, it has to be at the end here. And we're going to do an a tag in here. So the a tag is forgot password, and then it's going to go to the page. It's going to actually we have not linked this yet, so we're going to link that to the forgot password page. Okay, so we're going to link that to the forgot password. Actually, let's do that now. Forgot password, like that. So you should go to forgot password like this. All right, so perfect. Now oops, it should be register page that we want. Register. All right, so we have the forgot password. Now we just need to add the button. So after this, we're going to add a flex dot flex. Okay, so we have this flex, and then we're going to have a button here. Button type submit, and then this should be register now. Register now. Okay, something like that. And then I'm just going to give it an empty 1 point class name, margin top 1.5 rem, and then flex 1, and then font bold, and then I'm just going to give it a hover color. Okay, so the hover color, so we have the color, the background color of green, text white, and then it's going to be rounded medium, and then hover color of this color here, and then a transition. We're going to transition the colors. Okay, so let's try to hover this button. As you can see now, we can transition the color on hover. Perfect, but when I click, it's going to refresh the page. Okay, that's the default form behavior. So we've done that. I think that's what we want for the register form. Now let's just work on the actual registering functionality. So we're going to go to user context. So in the user context, okay, let's start with the server URL. Const server URL, go to localhost localhost 8000, and then we're just going to let's do const router equal to use router coming from next navigation, because we're going to route use router next navigation, not from next, but next navigation, not from router but from navigation. Okay, so we have the router and we actually want some state. So I'm just going to do user, and then I'm going to set const also user state. So this user state, it has to do with the input of the user. Okay, user state. So here I'm just going to make it an object. We have name property, name, and then email and password. Okay, so that's the state of our inputs. And then we're also going to have like a loading const, loading, loading and set loading. So loading set to true by default. Okay. Set to true by default, and then we're going to set it to false when we're not loading. All right, so now let's start with registering the user. All right, so I'm gonna say register user like this. Const register user is going to be an async function. We're going to use Axios to handle our requests. So npm I Axios. Okay, so so this is going to be for us to register the user. We're going to take the event. I'm going to say p.prevent the default. Here I'm just going to say if not user state dot email dot password, not an alert, but we want to do actually a toast. So we are going to use a library called React hot toast. Okay, so this is going to allow us to show toast like this. So let's where's the npm one? Okay, React hot toast. Let's go to the npm website, copy the script, and then let's install the package. Okay, and now we're going to import toast like that. All right, so we're gonna say toast toast.error, and then we're just gonna say please enter a valid email and password. Let's do minimum characters, 6 characters. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we can do min characters. Yeah, min 6 characters. So let's also check if the password length is less. If it's less than 6 characters, we're going to show this error as well. All right. Also, email, we're going to check user.email.includes if it includes the @ symbol. Okay, so email must have this, otherwise we're going to display this error, and then we're just going to return, and then I'm just going to run a try catch block. So try catch. So we are going to say const response equal to await. This is an async function, by the way. We're going to be using Axios, so make sure import Axios dot post. Okay, and then we're going to do a server URL. So our endpoint is API/v1, and then the register endpoint. Okay, and then we're going to send the user state data. Okay, we're not updating this user state data yet, but this is our endpoint. Okay, and we're going to say cog response.data like this. All right, so let's try to see. Let's try to save here. Register user. Actually, let's just finish this function actually. So we're sending this data. I'm also going to do a toast.success. Okay, we're going to show the message, or you can say you have user registered successfully. You can put your own message in here. the success message, and then we're just going to clear the state, clear the form, and then set user state back to empty strings. Okay, and then we're just going to redirect user to the login page, and then we're just going to do router.push to the login page after we create an account. So here I'm just going to show an error. I'm just going to do cog error registering user, and then we're going to do toast.error. So actually I'm just going to do error the response.data.message. All right, so now let's try to register the user. I'm just going to copy this function, and we're going to send it down in our state so we can have access to it. Okay, register user. So let's run this npm run dev. Let's go to the register form. We need to access this user. Use actually const the name register user equal to use context, like this. That's how we access the register user function. Okay, so back to the form. So we are going to submit the form on click of the button. So this form is already it's already taking the event object. Okay, by the way, if we don't have email or password, we might as well disable this button. Okay, but let's just do the function. So on click, we're going to run this register user function, but we don't have our state for these inputs here. So we need to destructure. We need to get the state of the user. So use user state like this. So this user state, it has these properties. Remember, it has email, password, and the length. Email, password. Wait, why do I have email and password? Wait, only email, password, and name. Name. So yeah, so we have the properties email, password, and name. Okay, these properties here. So we're going to destructure user state, and then we're just going to destructure these properties here. User state, we have name, email, and then we have the password. Password, like that. So for the let's start with name. Name. So value equal to name, email. Let's do the same. Value, email. But we don't have the handle change. So now let's try to put something in the input. So okay, we don't have the handle change for this one. I don't know why it's working. Okay, so now it's not working. Yeah, okay, perfect. So now it's not working anymore because we don't have the handle change. So we might as well disable this if we don't have anything in the input. Okay, so let's go to the button. I'm gonna say disabled equal to, or you can disable it when it's loading. We can destructure loading, but in this case we're going to disable when we don't have name, email, or password. So we won't be able to submit this form. It's disabled now. All right, so let's create a function in here to handle all of the input. So it's going to be dynamic to handle our user handle change. So okay, we're redirecting. Okay, so I'm just gonna say dynamic form handler like this. I'm gonna say const handle user input. Okay, so we're handling the user input. We're going to take in the event. Okay, so actually the name of the input, and then we're going to take in an event here. Okay, so we have const value. We're just going to set that to e.target.value. Okay, and then we are going to set our set user state. So set user state is going to take in a callback function. We're going to get the previous values of the state. All right, and here actually we are going to do a spread operator of the previous state. Okay, and we are going to actually, this is like this. Wait a minute. Okay, so we're going to get the previous state, and then name, the name or whatever is, this name is dynamic, so whatever name of our input is, and then the value. Okay, so this is a dynamic handle change for the user. Okay, so I think that's it for this copy, and put it here and go back to register form. We are just going to put the handle user input. Okay, so for the handle user input, we're just going to call callback function on change handle user input. We're going to call back, it takes an event, remember, it takes an event, and then it's a callback function handle user input. It also takes the name, so we're going to put it takes the name first, so the name of this input is name. Okay, perfect. Let me see, why do we get an error here? Okay, let's just say any, and on change. Oh, this is the wrong, should be on change. Okay, so we should be able to type something in the name input, but there's an issue. Handle user input is not a function. Okay, handle user input, let's see if we're missing anything. So we are getting the value, we are getting the previous state. Okay, we are not missing anything here, so this one is correct. Register handle user input name. Okay, so we shouldn't have an issue here. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so there's still an issue. Okay, handle user input. All right. Oh, we're distracted. It should be coming from the user context. I did not notice that. So make sure it's not it's not defined. That's why we're getting the issue. So now we should be able to change the name. Okay, but we won't be able to change other inputs. But we need to do the same thing for other inputs as well. Okay, so here, this is email. So make sure the name matches it matches here. So name, email, ID, email. Make sure it all matches, and then the password is all. So now we should be able to handle change for these properties. All right, so now we should be able to, let's actually see the data we're trying to send through. Context, let's cog response.data. Okay, let's go back and inspect here. We're going to go to the console, clear the console. Now let's try to add test name. Okay, test mail@gmail.com. I'm gonna say test password. Okay, so it's visible. Oops. Oh, this button is refreshing the form. We'll fix it anyway. And then pass test pass. Let me actually see where the submit is. Button. Register now. Type submit. What's that icon? Okay, so type button. Okay, so now let's try to submit this data here. Register. Okay, so it says user is created. So now we have the user. So the data here is there, the token, the profile picture, and it's sending us back to the login page. So now we'll be able to log in with this user. So it's testmail@gmail.com. Okay, let's try to create another account. Mail2, then William, test pass. You shouldn't recommend this password, by the way, like this, because I don't think I've set it to password. So now let's try again without this H. So register. We are not showing a toast. This is weird. Oh, because we didn't set our actually the toast. So let's go to the providers. We need to set the toast. Actually, let's go to the layout, the main layout. We need to import main layout. What's the main layout? Main layout, we need to import toaster layout. So let's import toaster like that. Okay, so we need to actually utilize this. So above the children, I'm just going to say toaster, and then the default position, I'm just going to say top center. That's our default positioning. And now let's try to see if there's a toast. Let's just try to enter something here. As you can see now, please enter valid email and password, minimum characters 6. All right, so let's do William the third, then test mail number 2, and then password. Let's try to say pass test. By the way, you can check for numbers as well. You can do some validations to check if there's numbers, special characters. So user registered successfully. Now let's go for the login page. Actually, before we go to the login page, let's do a show password state. So we want to show the I or not show the I. So here I'm going to say const, I'm going to say show password, and then set show password to false by default. And then we're just going to toggle this const toggle show password. We're just going to set the opposite of show password, which is true. So set password, the opposite one. If it's true, it's going to be false. If it's false, it's going to be true. So the opposite. So when you click, it's going to do the opposite of whatever it currently is. Toggle password. Okay. So I'm just going to go back based on the state. What is the state? And show password. So here I'm just going to say show password. Show password if it's true. Oops, show password. If it's true, what icon do I want to? What icon is it? Let's see if auto completion is gonna do it. Okay, so auto completion did the icons. So show password if it's true, we're going to show this I, and then when click, it's going to toggle the from true to false, and then display a different I depending on the state. So let's see. So here, as you can see now, it's toggling this I here. Paste is toggling the true and false state. By the way, if you don't know how to visualize states, you can install an extension called React Developer Tools. It's going to allow you to see the state of your components. For example, I'm looking for the global state provider, user context provider. Okay, so here it's going to show you the state, all of your state. So this one is set to true. This should be, what state is this? I don't know what state is this. I can't remember what state this is. But let's go to what component are we in? Component. register context provider, register form. Okay, so register, so our state is set to true, false now, true, so it's toggling the state. Okay, true and false, true and false. Okay, something like that. Okay, that's how you visualize the state. Okay, so I believe that's what we need for now. Let's see if our forgot password works. Okay, it works. So now let's go to the login page. The login page, I think we're just going to copy the majority of this. For the login, we're just going to create a separate form. Let's create a new folder, login form, and then we're going to create a component, login form.tsx, like this, and then I'm just going to paste this on, and then change the name here to login, like that. And this should be, for login, it should be different. The text should be different. Let's start at the top. At the top, we're gonna say login to your account, like this. Okay, and here we are going to do login now, don't have an account, and then we're just going to do an URL here, a link to go to register. Okay, same thing, but we're just changing the text and also the endpoint. All right, so let's go to the login and render the login page, the login component, login form. So we should see this now. So login, a login form, we are going to leave everything the same for now, except, oh, I forgot to do something to the password. So password type should be password here, password. Okay, so login form, let's remove the name. We don't need the name for this one. So we need email and password to log in. So as you can see now, we have email and password. Perfect. So actually, forgot password, register here. We don't need forgot password for, oops, we don't need forgot password for register, do we? Okay, I think I'll remove forgot password for register because we are registering, so there's no need for forgot password. Register, I'm gonna say forgot password. Where is forgot password? Okay, so we don't need this URL here, so we should have on register know that the URL is gone. Perfect. So now with email and password, we can hide. Oh, we're actually not hiding the okay, so let's fix that. So type is set to text. So here we're gonna say a show password. If it's true, the type of this input is gonna be text, otherwise it's gonna be password. Okay, like this. We're in the login, but this is the register, like this. Okay, register. Let's go back to the login. We need to do the same thing. So we're changing the type based on that type. It's not text anymore, it's password. So show password is true, the type is text, otherwise it's password, like that. Perfect. Let's go to login. We should change the name. Instead of register, it should be login now. So login now. Okay, so this should be login user. Okay, and we're just going to go here and change this from register to login. We don't have this function yet, so that's what we are going to create now. So after the register, we want to log in the user. Okay, so log in the user. So to log in the user, I'm going to say const login user. It's going to be an async function. Okay, async function the prevent default, and then we're just going to try catch. So try catch, we're going to do cog error, and then we're going to do a toast to show that error. Okay, so in the console, we're just gonna say error logging the user. By the way, I forgot to do something. So when we are creating an account, or when we're logging in, actually when we're logging in, we want to remember we're using cookies to store our data. We did use a JSON web token in the server, so I'm gonna say const response, okay, equal to await axios dot post, okay, like that. But instead, I'm going to do an object here. I'm gonna say email. We're just gonna do user state dot email and then password. So we only want to send the email and password. Okay, after that, I'm going to put a comma after this object, and then I'm just going to say with credentials, because we want to have access to the token. So with credentials equal to true, like that. I'm just going to say send cookies. Okay, something like that. Okay, so we will be able to send the cookies, okay, with credentials on. After this response, we're going to say toast to success. We're going to say user logged in successfully, like that. And then we're just going to clear the form, and then we're just going to reset everything to empty, and then we're just going to push the user to dashboard or to the main homepage. In this case, router.push. Oh, this is the wrong, we're in the wrong. Okay, like that. Okay, so now when we log in, we're going to store the token in the cookie, by the way. So you're going to be able to see the token inside the cookie. So let's try to log in. User login. So our email is test mail, and then let's go to memory, actually application, cookies. Let's clear everything in here. Cookies localhost 3000, and let's try to do test pass. Wait, what does it say? Register. What? Login now. I'm sure I've, which button is this? Login form. Okay, now it's showing the correct one. Okay, so test mail. The password was test pass, like this. Let's try to log in. Okay, seems like there's an issue. It's unclickable. Type submit, login user. Login user. Okay, because we didn't put it here, so we need to make sure we are sending that function through. Okay, so now let's try again. Login. Never. Okay. What's the issue now? Let's refresh this page. I think there's an issue refreshing. Oops, refreshing this. Let's refresh the page. Test mail, test pass, send. our button is disabled. Okay. Let's fix it. We forgot to change something in the login form. Our button is disabled. So we're checking for the name. Okay, so get rid of this. Now save, because it was looking for the name. We're not using the name property in here. So send. So now we've logged in. Okay, so now the user's logged in. Let's see in the application. So as you can see now in the cookies, we have the token. So if this token doesn't exist, the user is signed out. Okay, if I delete the token, the user is signed out. We need to log in again. So test, pass, and then log in. As you can see now, the token is here. We've logged in. Perfect. So now we are able to log in. We want to also implement the feature to get the status of the logged in user. All right, perhaps we can start by implementing, actually, yeah, let's get the user status. Okay, so get user logged in status. Okay, I'm gonna say const user login status. It's going to be an async function as well. Equal to async. Okay, async. We're going to loading is already set to true anyway, so we're going to run try catch. Okay, try catch. Here I am going to actually create a variable. I'm going to set let. I'm going to say logged in. I'm going to set that to false. Okay, logged in is not logged in. So const response equal to await axios. This is a get request, if you remember. So dot get, and then we're going to also send the cookies here. Send cookies, and then the endpoint. Let's double check. I can't remember what endpoint I used here. I'm going to go to the backend. I'm going to go to the routes, user routes, login status. Okay, so it's login status, and I'm just going to paste in the login status here. Paste in the login status, and now I'm just going to coerce. So we're actually going to get true or false. Okay, so we're just going to coerce this. Coerce the string to boolean. So logged in, and then we're going to say equal to. We're going to coerce this to a boolean. The response response.data. Okay, like that. So, and then we're going to set loading to false. All right. We're just going to say if not logged in. If not logged in, we're just going to push to the login page. Okay, let's see if this works. Actually, let's do an error. Okay, so toast.error. Instead of doing this error, I'll just put to the console. We don't want to put this to the screen, so just only to the console. All right, and then I'm just going to return logged in. It's either true or false. Okay, so user logged in status, it's just to check if the user is logged in or not. Okay, perfect. So what I'm going to do now, I think I will try to call this on initial render. on initial render, I'm just gonna say use effect, and then I'm just gonna pass in the user here. Actually, for now, I'm just going to say if user user login status, if the user login status, if it's true, okay, if it's true, or what are we going to do in here? We're just going to get the user. Okay, we don't have this function yet, but now I just wanna do get user login status. Okay, I just wanna see the status of this user. Okay, I'm just going to COG here, user logged in status. Let's go to the console. Let's refresh. So we have a user logged in here. So the status is set to true. Okay, so let's see if we have a user. So there's a token. So that means the user is logged in. So let's try to delete this token here. Delete the token. Let's go back to the console. Let's refresh. So user logged in status is set to false now, as you can see. All right. When we log in again, test pass invalid credentials, test mail. Okay, wrong password, test pass. So the user should be true because we have a token in the cookies. Okay, perfect. So now we are getting the information of whether the user is logged in or not. I'm just going to leave this like this for now, and then we're going to get user information. When we get the user information, we're going to show the status of the user. Okay, so now let's try to so what state do we have? We have the user, which is set to null. I'm just going to set this to an empty object. Okay, so after we got the login status, let's try to log out the user. Actually, perhaps we should log out the user. Log out user. So const log out user equal to an async. So async. Okay, so for this one, it's going to go to API logout, and then the success message is the logout successfully, and then it's going to send you to the login page, and then it's going to show an error if there's an error, and then save, and then let's send this logout user. So let's go back to the page, to the actual home page. We are going to display some components in the home page. Let's start with the main. I'm just going to give it a padding and margin X of it's actually 10 rem, and then py 2 rem, and then we're going to have a header component. So for the header, I'm just going to do flex class name. It's going to be a flex, and then we're going to item center, justify center, and then we're going to have an h1 in here. So for this one, we're going to class name text. We're going to set this to rem, and set it to whatever you want, and then we're just going to do welcome to Authkit. Actually, let's do a name. Welcome. What should I say? Hey there. Hey there. Name. Actually, name. So here we put the name. So we are going to get the user, and then we're going to display the name of the user here. But I'm just going to say const name equal to Rona. So here we're just gonna display name. This is just hard-coded data, but we're going to change this later. All right, so now we have the name. We might want to I'll just put this in a span, actually, span tag, and then let's do a class name. So the class name, I'm just going to do text red 600, like that. And then we are going to have an image. Let's do a div, actually, a parent, and then we're going to give it class flex, and then item center, and then gap 4. Okay, and we're going to have an image. We don't have the image, and we're not getting the user. Okay, I think let's do a logout button. Let's do a logout button, actually, in here. So image. I'm just trying to check image, and then I'm just going to do button. So this will be the logout button. I'm just going to give it a padding and a rounded MD. So class padding px4 py2 rounded MD. I'm just gonna say logout. All right, so logout. I'm going to const logout user log out user from use user context. Okay, so here we're just gonna do on click, we're going to log out the user. So let's see if it's working. So log out, as you can see, the token disappeared. Let's try to log in again. Okay, so now the token is here, and then log out. Perfect. We can log out the user. We haven't committed in ages. .git ignore is already there. I'm gonna say fit client initial commit, client initial commit, and then let's save the changes. All right, so we should now log out the user. So the next step is going to actually get the user, and then we're going to populate our state, close others. So we get the user, and then we populate the state, the user state. Get user details const get user, go to async, it's going to be an arrow function. Okay, and we're just going to do a try catch block. All right, so here we're going to say const response equal to await axios to get. We're going to get API v1/user. So yeah, with credentials, yes. Okay, and we're going to set user. The data that we're getting responds to the data. We're going to put that into the state, the user state. Okay, and we are just going to actually, we also want to get the previous state. So I'll do this. I'm going to do prev state. Okay, so it's a callback. So something like this, and then we're just going to return the previous state and then the response to the data. All right, and I'm just going to set loading to false. All right, or you can also let's actually do the errors. COG error getting user details, and then here we can show the toast. Okay, actually we might also want to set the loading to false as well here. Okay, because it might keep loading because it's true by default, by the way. So we might want to this is login, isn't it? Set loading false. Okay, like this. I'm just resetting it. This is the register. It doesn't matter here. Status. I'm just gonna check. So login user. Login user. Do you know what? Let's start with this. Should be false actually. False, and then we're going to manually put it to true. Let's get rid of that loading in the logged status. Here it's fine. Use the login status. Here we don't need the loading here. Login user, logout user, we don't need that. Get user details though. We're gonna set loading to true. False here or false in here. Okay. Actually, there's something like this should do. All right, so now we are going to get the user, set loading to false, to true. All right, and the endpoint is API v1 user credentials, and then let's get the user. Where do we want to get the user? Well, we want to get the user when we in here. Okay, so on initial render, we want to get the user. Also, when this updates, sorry, I'm sure you have user. So I'm going to say if user status login is set to true, we're actually gonna get the user on initial render. Okay, like this. So the initial render, and then we're gonna fetch the user if the login status is true. All right, so what we're going to do now is try to see if we fetch this user status. So let's go to, I'm gonna refresh. Not authorized, please log in. Why is it getting this error? Login page. Okay, I know why it's doing this, by the way. Okay, so we're going to fix this issue in a minute because we're not logged in, so it's complaining like this. Okay, because we need to be logged in to fetch the user, so it's trying to fetch the user right here. Okay, if login status, if it's true, wait, only if it's true, that's when it's going to, why is it trying to fetch user? Let me see why it's trying to fetch the user when it's login status. Let's try to see, where is it? Console cog user login status. Okay, so the login status is going to show in the home page here. Not authorized. Okay, login status. Okay, so what we can do now, let's fix this first. So let's create a new folder. Let's do it in here. Let's name it hooks. Actually, let's do it as in the main. I'm gonna say hooks. We're going to create a custom hook to detect, to redirect the user. So I'm going to say const use user redirect.tsx. So something like this, okay? and then this is going to be a client component. Use client, and then we're going to import use effect like that, and then we're going to say const use redirect user. So here I'm going to take like a path where we want to redirect the user if the user is not signed in, or if the user or we can name it redirect, actually redirect like this. I'm gonna set this to string like that, and then I'm gonna say const user login status. I'm gonna say use user context like this. Okay, and then I'm going to get the router, const router equal to use router from next navigation like that, and then I'm going to do a use effect. Okay, so this use effect, the dependencies are going to be the redirect, user logged in status, and router. Whenever this changes, okay, we are going to fire whatever is in this use effect. We're going to create a function const redirect user. Redirect user like this. Okay, redirect user. I'm just going to call this function as well in this use effect. So redirect user like that, and then in this redirect user, I'm just going to run a try catch. I'm just gonna say const is logged in, or is logged user. I'm just gonna say equal to await user login status. Okay, so this should be an async function like that, and then we can also COG this user is logged user, yeah, whatever, and then we're going to do if is logged user, and then we're just going to push if is logged user router.push to whatever URL we pass in here, okay, to the path. And then now we're just going to do an error check COG error redirecting user like that, and then we're just going to show the whole error object like that. So that's it for this. We're redirecting the user like this, and then we're just going to export. So we're going to export defaults. Okay, export defaults, and then we're going to go to the home page. Home page. Layout. Home page. Not layout, but I mean the page. So we want to get that hook. Okay. So that hook, what is the name? Up here, use redirect. Okay, and then if we're not logged in, it's going to direct us to the login page. So let's try to refresh. Okay, so it's still having an issue here. Okay, so user unauthorized because we're not logged in, but I don't know. Okay, let me try to restart this project because let's go back to the user context. So login user. Let's look at the get user. Okay, so get user, because the get user should not be called unless if the login is true. Okay, so I don't know why it's showing that issue here. Credentials, all right, API1 user This is really weird. Just double checking. Set loading to false. All right, so here we're just gonna do if login status, and then we're getting the user. Okay, so let's try to CLG. Anyways, I just realized something. So this is an async function. We are missing a wait here, but we cannot directly use a wait outside of an async function. Let's try to create a function in here. So I'm just gonna say const login login status, something like this, status, and then get user, because we're going to get the user. So this is going to be an async function. And then here we're just going to create a variable, and then we're just going to say is logged in, and then we're just going to await the user login status. And then we're just going to check if we're logged in, and then we're going to fetch the user when we're logged in. This might cause a re-render issue actually. Let me see. Let's run this function. So we need, let's see if this is causing an infinite re-render. Let's go to the console. Let's refresh the page. Okay, yep, there's an infinite re-render here. So let's get rid of this user in the dependence array. So we only want to do this in the initial render, on the initial render. Okay, so now we should be able to, let's check if we have a token. So we do have a token, so we're logged in. So let's try to go to the home page. Perfect, so the home page is working, but let's try to log out to see if it's going to redirect us to the login page, because this should be protected. So log out, nothing happens. Let's try to go to the home page. Oh, it's not kicking us out. It should kick us out. So let's see why it's not kicking us out. Let's inspect console. Okay. User login status is not defined. Let's see why. So let's go to our use redirect login status. Okay, so it seems like we're not sending in the user login status down here. Let's save. So the issue should disappear now. So now we should be able to get routed back to the login page because the home page is protected. Remember, it's protected by using this hook here. So if we go to the page, the main home page, we are redirecting to the login page if we're not logged in. But you can redirect the user to whatever route you want to direct them to. But in this case, we want to go to the login page. Okay, perfect. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to also get the user object in here. The user, so because we're fetching the user on initial render, so here I'm just going to destructure the name. We're also going to get the photo of the user, and we're also going to get is verified from the user, and we're also going to get the bio from the user. Perfect. So now we need, let's try to log in. I'm just going to use the dev. Let me go to the email, and let me copy this dev mail. All right, so let's try logging with this one. So I'm just going to say test. I think it's 1 2 3 4. That's the password, and then let's log in. Okay, so user is undefined. It seems like we're also not sending in the user object in here. So user, like this, let's save. So we should see hello there, the name of the currently logged in user. Okay, so let's do some bits of styling. Let's start with let's go to the page. So here I'm just going to say welcome. I'm just going to get rid of this text. I'll just put different text, and then the justify here, I'm just going to say justify between, and then I'm just going to get rid of item center. So this should be an h1 tag like this. I think the font, I'll leave it, I'll just leave it like this actually, and then I'm just going to make it font bold. Excuse me, something like this. Okay, so we have the welcome text, and what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to add the image, and the image is going to have a width of 40 pixels and height, and then rounded full, and then the source is going to be the photo coming from the user. So we should see a photo here. Perfect. So we're going to conditionally display a button if the user is verified or not. So let's try to console log the user object here, and then here we're just going to say user. So let's see what properties we have on the user object. let's go to the console where the user object, it has photo, row, but the verified is set to false. So if it's false, we're going to see something, a button here saying verify user. Let's do that condition. So here we're just going to say if not is verified, we're just going to render a button. Okay, it's just going to say verify account or verify email. It's up to you what you decide to put. All right, so it's just going to take in some styles, and then here it's going to be like a blue button here, verify. Perfect. So now we have the verify. So on conditional render, also we have the logout button. I'm just going to create a section after the header. Here we're just going to have a section. I'm just going to add a p tag and a button. So this button is going to trigger. It's going to trigger a class, toggle a class. So I'm just going to create some state here. State. I'm going to say const is open, and then set is open. Set is open. So on initial render, it's going to be false. When we click the button, the state is going to change to true. And then here we're just going to create the function to toggle the state, const my toggle, and then we're just going to set the opposite, the state to the opposite. Okay, so now when we click the button, it's going to set the state to the opposite. Okay, so we want to display a text box here conditionally based on the state. We're currently actually toggling the state, but let's do a condition to see if it's open. So here we're just going to say is open, and then if it's open, we're just going to render a form. Here we're just going to say form. All right, so we have a form. So in the form, I'm just going to let's do a div. So for the div here, I'm just going to do a flex class name, and then we're going to do flex, and then flex column, and then a save, and then I'm just going to add a label in here, and we also going to need a text area. Let's add a bit of a margin on the form. I'm just going to add margin top to MT4. I'm just going to get rid of this. So the name for this text area is going to be bio. So this is responsible for changing the bio. We already have the function to handle the change. So let's get the user. This should be handle, by the way, not handler. I'm just too lazy to change this name. But anyway, you can do it yourself. Probably named different. So let's get the handler input. So we are going to go on the text area, and for the text area, we are going to set the default value to the bio, and then on change actually. So this is it's going to take a callback function because we need to pass in this event object. We are going to pass in the name of the input, which is bio, and we are going to pass in the event here. Okay, so now we can handle change. So this change is going to go into the user state, by the way. So this, if you remember, we have the user state. So currently we have name, email, password, the properties we have in the user state. We actually need to get the user state in here. User state. So let me show you something. So update bio, as you can see, we've triggered a text area. So let's go to our React developer tools, and let's check. Let's go to the global state, user provider, context provider. Okay, so as you can see now, the properties. So this is a dynamic state. We are going to, if I change here the text, you're going to see a new entry here saying bio. Okay, so we want to extract this bio and then display that bio, but this user state is going to update when we hit the endpoint of the update endpoint, which is the patch request. But what I'm going to do now, we want to okay, when we're submitting the form, that's when we want to get the latest data. But anyway, we're not doing that yet. But yeah, let's style this up for a bit, and then we will start with the function to update. I'm just going to add some classes. So the outline, the green we've been using, and then the text, I'm going to set that to gray. And I'm actually going to set this max width. I'm just going to set that to something like, I don't know, 400 pixels. You can put whatever width you want, and then we're just going to set width to full. Okay, so it should be like a smaller text box now, text area. Perfect. So the final thing that we want here is probably a button to submit this form. I'm just going to create that button. Here we're just gonna say update bio, and for this color I'm just going to put a blue color, and then the type, it's going to be submit. Okay, so on click we're just going to say update user. We don't have this update user function yet, but we actually need to import the function. We need to import the function here. Okay, update user, and we need to send the function here as well. And now let's go ahead and create the function. Update user details. Okay, so here we're just going to do const update user. So this is an async function, and we're just going to try catch set loading actually to true. Okay, for update user, let's just thinking, let's do e.prevent default, because we're going to submit a form with this function. So we're going to take in an event, and then we're also going to take in the data, what data we want to update, and we're just going to run a try catch, and then we're just going to do const response equal to await. So this is a patch request, and we're going to activate the credentials, setting that to true, and we also need to update our state. Okay, so we're gonna say update this user state, and then we're gonna get the previous state, and then set the new data in the state. Okay, and here we are just also going to set loading actually, and we also want to display, excuse me, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Okay, so we're gonna display a toast. I'm gonna say user updated successfully. Okay, so now we are doing that. Now let's just display some errors and save, and perfect. So this should be it for our update user. It's a patch request. So now let's try that. So what we're going to do, we're going to run a callback function. Let's run a callback function here, and it's going to take in the event object, and then it's also going to take in the user state, because there's a bio. Actually, no, let's select the actual property we want to update, only bio. We don't want to update the whole thing. Let's just do bio. So bio, this is the existing bio, by the way. So but we want the user state.bio, the updated one. Okay, because we're updating the bio and input, so that's what we want to send, the user state.bio. Okay, not the bio that is coming from the state already, that is coming from the database already, but the one that is coming from the state. Okay, because if I change this input here, this is going into the bio state, right? And then when I send this to the database, it's going to update this state here, and then this state is going to be the current bio that is going to be displayed. So yeah, that's what's going on. So let's try to update this. Update, as you can see, updated successfully, and now the new data is showing here. This is new data. Update, as you can see, it's updating properly. Okay, new data updating like that. Perfect. So now let's refresh. As you can see, it's all there. But by the way, you can put some loaders if we don't have the data and stuff. So it's up to you. You can put like a loading screen, a spinner. Okay, so yeah, we are updating the data. By the way, I'm just going to only to show you how to update the bio, but the rest properties are quite straightforward to update. Now you have an idea how to update the properties. The rest of the properties you can, put even a user state, the whole thing, depending how many, excuse me, properties you want to update, or you can put them manually, like one by one, whatever properties you want to update. In this case, it's just the bio. Okay, we have that done. I think I'll just edit empty, yeah, empty4 like that. So there's a bit of space here. All right, now let's try to do a verification. When I click this verify account, we should send a verification email. All right, so for that, I'm just going to actually say fit user update. Oops. Excuse me. All right, so let's sync the changes, user update, and let's go back to the context. And here we're just gonna say email verification. Email verification const email verification. Oops. Email verification. It doesn't take anything in here, to be fair. So I'm just gonna put a comment. Email verification. All right, so let's do the standards. And here I'm gonna do try catch. Okay, so our endpoint for this email verification, it's API v1 verify email. Await Axios. Axios. If you remember, it's a post request. Post, and let's activate the credentials. Oops. Okay. So here, let's activate the credentials, but let's leave. Okay, so we are not sending any data here. Okay, so we just leave this as an empty object, and then here we just send the cookies. Okay, so now we are just going to toast. Toast. Oops, we're in the wrong. We need to go down here, and then we're just going to do toast email verification email. Email verification sent successfully. Yeah, I mean, you can put any messaging you want, to be fair, so that's entirely up to you. Something like this, and then let's do an error here. Okay, so now let's try to send a verification email, but what we need to do is make sure we send this down here so we can have access to it in the page. So in the page, the verification button, okay, let's send email verification, and here we're just gonna set the on click to email verification like that. So now let's try to verify to send an email. Click. Oh, there's an issue. What is the issue? Let's go to the console. Okay, let's hit send. Okay, let me get rid of the request. Okay, not found. So that means there's something wrong with the route. Let me get rid of this console first, so we don't have a lot of mess. Okay, so the route should be verify email. Verify email. So let's try to send this. Okay, so it says it's successful. Now let's check our email. So in this case, I'm using the dev email. Okay, so as you can see now, we have the verification email now. Okay, perfect. So now when I click verify account, it takes us to this page. we need to construct this page actually to verify the email. Okay, so for this, let's construct the email verification page. Let's go to pages. I'm just going to say pages. In the app directory, let's create a new page. This should be verify email. Okay, so something like this. Okay, so we have the verify email page. So this page is going to take in this token here. So the verify email is a token. So we're going to send the token through, and then we're going to access that the token as a param. So here we're going to create a new folder. So this is going to be dynamic. So I'm just going to say verification token, something like this. Okay, and then it's going to be a page.tsx in here, tsx like this, and then a functional component export. Let's do use client like so. Okay, so now let's do create an interface. We're just gonna say props, and then we're just gonna do params. Okay, params, and then we're just gonna say verification token. It's gonna be a string, and then here let's do structure params from props, and then we can also destructure the verification token from params const like that. Okay, so now we need to get let's see, what do we need? We need to create another function to actually verify the user, but first things first, let's try to let's try to go back, click. Okay, so now as you can see, now there's our page. So this is the params. Okay, so the main route is verify email, and this is a dynamic using the params dynamic. This is a dynamic page. We have access to this page. Okay, as you can see now, when I click, and then it's going to send us to where we're going to verify the email. That's what we're looking for. All right, so now let's actually build this page up. I'm just going to flex the display for this. I'm going to say class name, display flex, and then center everything. All right, probably I would want to, what class did I use? So let me check the globals. So this auth page, I'm just going to put that class so I can have that nice background. Okay, so what is this right here? Oops, body. I don't know why there is this space here. Okay, let me see why there's this space. Empty forum. Right, let's see. Okay, so let's get rid of that empty. Okay, so now let's try to, I'm just gonna say verification verify your email, verify your account, something like this. Okay, so now verify your account. What color should we give this? Let's give it this, let's try white. I don't think white will work actually, or blue. Or we can give this a, okay, let's see, let's try to, let's put the button first actually. So button, and then here we're just gonna say verify, and then I'm just going to add a class and make it rounded. Okay, so let's see, there's our button verify. So this one actually, let me try, let's give it a, back the color 999, and let's give this some kind of a background color, bg white. Okay, perhaps we can do that actually, can we? Let's put this into a container div like this. and then we do bg white like this. So we should have a white background here, and we can flex column, justify center, so something like this. And then we can do px. Let's do px. Let's do 3 rem, and then py. We can make this like, let's say 4 rem, and then rounded. I think md. Let's see how it's going to look like. Okay, I think that's fair. And okay, let's see. Gap. Actually, let's do a gap. So gap. Let's do 1 rem. Okay, 1 rem. Perfect. And let's do self center. Wait a minute. Align self. Okay, center. I don't know why self center is not working. Self center. I don't know why it's not working. Okay, let's just try center. What center? Self center, text center. Oh, I was doing on the wrong item actually. So self center should be on the button. Self center like this. All right, so now we have the verifier account. You can actually increase the px to 4, and then py, let's set this to 2 rem. Okay, so you can style this however you want. Okay, and then when I click, we want to trigger a function that's going to set the verification to true, and we have a route for that already. Okay, we need to do a callback function here. So here we're gonna do on click, and then we're just going to do a callback function, and then we're just gonna say verify user. We don't have this function yet, but we're going to create this user, and then we send in the token. And let's try to get the verify user. Const verify user, go to use user context, and we should be able to see no issues at all. Okay, perfect. So now I will create this function here, verify user, and let's go back to the use context, and then here I'm gonna say verify user slash email. This should be user slash email. Okay, so for this one it's similar to the other functions. Once verify user is going to take in the token, so the verification token, and here I don't think we need the loader here, but let's just try catch. And then here we're going to do const. This is a patch request, by the way. Response. Go to await axios patch. The patch server URL. Okay, so this should be, let's see, the URL is verify user, like this. Verify email. Okay, and then we're not sending any data, so this is an empty object, and then we're just enabling the credentials, sending cookies to the server, and then we're just going to do a message and then redirect the user back to the home page. Okay, success, and then redirect user to home page, home page, something like that, and then router dot push to the home page, like that. And then otherwise we're just gonna display the error. All right, and set. All right, so now let's see verify user. We need to actually send this in down here, verify user, and save. So now let's go back to the home page. So in the home page, you can see we have this verify account button. Once we verify the user, this is going to disappear. Wait and see. So now let's go back to the verify here. Let's click. There's an issue. Okay, let's see what it is. Console, click, verify user, 44 not found. Okay, so that means there's something wrong with our route or the verify user function. Verify user, and let's double check. Verify user. Okay, our route, what did we... Okay, let's double check our route. Okay, I'm going to copy this. User routes. Okay, verify user. It's a post. It's a post. It's a post. Okay, so it's a post request. All right, so now let's try to verify again. Verify. Okay, so it's saying user verified successfully. But this button has not disappeared. Let's refresh. Okay, so now it's disappeared. What we can do after this, we can verify successfully. We can refetch the user. Refresh user details. Okay, like this. Let's go to the database and browse collections. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to set the verification to false. Authenticate, make sure we're in the correct one. Users. So the dev mail. Test dev mail, there it is. So it's verified to true. I'm just going to set that to false. And let's update this. So hopefully we should be able to see the button back when I refresh. Okay, so now it's saying verify account. Let me send again. Okay, so we send the email. Let's go back to the email. Oops, this is the wrong email. I'm going to blur this. This is my private email. Okay, so now there is our verification email. So let's click verify account. Verify. So now it's verified and then the button disappeared. Okay, perfect. So that's working. We can verify. Now the button is there. It's not there anymore. What if you're not verified? You see the button to say verify this account. All right, so the next step after the verification, I guess, would be to send an email for password if you forgot your password. So if I, for example, log out, so if I go to forgot password, we need to send an email. So we need to create a page here to enter your email and then send that to your email address, and then we verify the password. But I'll just take a quick break and then I'll be back. Okay, so now let's send an email to forget the password. Forgot password email. So forgot password email, let's create the function. Let's name it const forgot password email. You can name it whatever you want, to be fair. So that's entirely up to you. Forgot password email, like that. Okay, so we're not going to take the event object. We are going to take an email because we're going to send an email. So what email we want to forget, what email account we want to change the password. So here, email. Okay, so we are just going to do the standard set loading to true, try catch const response equal to await. This is going to be a post request. Okay, and oops, wrong. Const response is going to be a post request like that, and we are going to send the email, and then we also want to enable the credentials like that. Okay, so the route is correct, forgot password, because we want to forget the password to send the email, and then we're just going to display the messages. Okay, so successfully, and then setting the loading, and then here we're just going to do an error check. But by the way, instead of doing this, you can check if this error exists, and then you display the error. Otherwise, sometimes you might get an issue. So it's probably better to do a check if this exists, and then display the error. Okay, so this is a naive way to do it, but it's a better idea to check. Now let's see. Let me get this, and let's try to send the forgot email. So we need to pass in the email, the currently logged in email. We are going to go to pages. We are actually going to create a new form for that. So let's do a new page. Forgot password. So we have the page. It should be just standard page. This is not a dynamic page. All right, so in here we are just going to give it that nice class name. I believe it's auth page. So when we go to let's log out. Let's go to forgot password. So now there's a page here, forgot password. It's looking pretty good. I'm just going to go to components or auth. I'm just going to say forgot password form like this. You can name this whatever you want, to be honest. And we're going to create a new component. Use client like this, and then it's going to be a functional component we're exporting, and we just need to display that component here, forgot password form, like so. Perfect. So now we are going to, let's see, we need to get the forgot password function password from the user context, and we are just going to, let's see. Okay, we can use the input. Let's see, where is the input? You know what, I'll just create a local state for this one. Const state, I'm gonna say const email set email, like that. And then we're just gonna say handle email change, const handle email change email. All right, and we're going to do for the handle email change, we are going to set the email to e.target.value, like that. Okay, so we have the value of the email and then changing that state. Perfect. So now we're just going to return a form here, and I'm just going to paste in some styles, which is just the width and the color, background color to white. As you can see, now we have a form. You can also add a bit of a shadow if you want, but I'm not going to do that. Let's do a div. Okay, we've done this before earlier, so I'm just going to paste in, it's going to have a z index of 10 and a percent of relative, because we're going to absolute. So we have the h1 reset password, and then we're going to have a form, like an input. Okay, an input. So here should be handle email. Should be handle email change, by the way. Change to make it more descriptive. Change like so. So now we should be able to, change this email data. All right, so we have the value which is set to email, the state value, ID. We probably don't need the ID. And finally, we're going to have a button, div, and then this button is just going to handle the submit, and it's going to have, we don't have the handle submit function yet, so const handle submit. I'm just going to get rid of I'm just gonna do any, and then we're going to do e. I don't want any type checking here. E to prevent default. And then we're just going to do forgot password, and then we're just gonna pass in the email, whatever email we type in the input when we click submit. Okay, so here we have the empty, margin top 1.5 rem, flex 1, padding, X font bold, background of green, text white, rounded, and hover. Okay, let's see what we have. So there is our button, reset password. Okay, you can probably, let's see what this looks like. Register and then forgot password. Oops, forgot password. What does it look like? Oh, it doesn't let us go to the page. I don't know why. Forgot password. Okay, so the button is, the width is 100%. Okay, so let's go to 3000. Register, login, forgot password, hover. So probably flex we set to 1. So we need to set display flex here. Flex. Okay, and then the width is now filling the entire container. Perfect. So now we have the reset. So now we just need to send this email. We need to call the function to send that email. Okay, but we have the function being called here. So now let's try to send the reset email, the reset password email. Okay, so let's see, there's no email here. So let's try to send that email here. Let's copy this email. Copy. We're copying, and let's paste it here. And now let's reset password. Boom, there's an error. So e.prevent default, forgot password is another function. That means we're not sending in the function. Okay, so the name is incorrect. So the name is incorrect. It should be forgot password email, like this. Okay, so now let's try again. I will copy the test dev email, send reset password. As you can see now, we send the reset email. So there is our password reset email. Click. When I click, we don't have this page yet, so we need to design this page. It's a dynamic page using the params. All right, so that's working. Let's try to send to login, to redirect to login after we send this reset email. Okay, and probably we need to reset. Okay, clear input and then set email to none, so we don't keep any state values here. And let's go back to the user context, and what I'm going to do, redirect to login page. Okay, so router.push login. Okay, actually no, we don't want to redirect to login. We don't want to we probably want to do nothing. Actually, we just want to do nothing, and then this will lead us to login. When we click here, it will lead us to reset the password, and then it will send us to login. So yeah, we don't need to send to the login page after this. We can do nothing. Okay, just create the input. So now what we can do, or we can actually deactivate the button, but it doesn't make any sense. But anyway, let's go ahead and do we need to commit this? Forgot password email, something like this. All right, so now let's work on the functionality for that, to actually reset the password, because we're updating the user properties. So forgot password email, and here we're going to say forgot password, or we can just say, yeah, forgot password. Here we want to say const forgot password. It's going to take in the token. Okay, and then we are going to take in the password as well. Okay, actually instead of forgot password, it's better to say reset password, like this. Okay, so it's going to take in the token, and then we're just going to do the standard set loading to true, try and catch. Okay, and I am going to say const response equal to axios await axios. So this is going to be a patch request, because we're changing the property of the password. Okay, so here we're gonna put in the credentials to true, and then we're sending the password, and then here the reset password is going to take in the token, the logged in user token, and then yeah, the rest, you know the rest already. And then I'm just going to display a toast password reset successfully, and then I'm just going to redirect, and then redirect. Probably we don't need loading in here, to be fair, but anyway, perfect. Now we are going to reset password. The URL is correct, so let's copy this function and send it through down here. Okay, so when we need to design the page actually for us to reset this password. So let's go back to email. So it's reset password, so we need to create this page. Boom boom, new folder, reset password, like this. Okay, so if you remember, the reset password is going to be a dynamic so here it's going to do reset token, like this, and then the token is the params page.tsx, like this. Okay, and use client. All right, oh, what is this issue here? And then functional component export. Okay, there's a I don't know where I'm console logging this, but anyway, we'll get rid of the consoles later. Perfect. So now the page is there. We just need to add the content of the page. Okay, so let's start with so here I'm just going to, let's make this main. I don't know why I didn't change here, main, something like this. And then I'm just going to add that class name, auth page and then I'm just going to give it height of full, like that, and then make sure everything is centered. We're using flex. Instead of creating a separate form, I'll just do it in here instead, just to save time. And then I'm just going to give it a width of max width of 400 pixels, like what we did earlier. I'll just do 420 or 520, it's up to you. Here's our form. Okay, and what I'm going to do now, let's go inside the form. We are going to have two inputs. Let's do div relative z10, and we're going to have an h1. It's just going to say reset password, and then the font is going to be medium, so like this, reset password. And then we're just going to have another div here. It's going to have a relative as well, like so. And then the flex is going to be, direction is going to be column. Then we're going to say new password, like this. All right. And I'm sure we've done this before, like doing this form already. So I'm just going to paste in the input. We have the input, the show password, and then we have the button. We've done this before. The button to toggle the class name. So we just need to add that state here to show the password. Okay, if you remember, we have the state to show password. Oops, use state. Okay, so now we need to create a local state for the password and also confirm the password. So it's just some state for password. It's an empty string by default, and then the confirm password, it's an empty string initially. Okay, so let's see on change, handle password change. So we need to create some state for handling the change. Once handle. So here we're going to say handle password change. It's going to take the event object, and then we're just going to say this is going to be set password to e.target.value. I'm just going to ignore type checking here. Okay, and then handle confirm password change, because we're going to confirm the password change, and then we're going to toggle the password. Okay, we've done this function already before. Okay, so let's see what issue we have now again. On change handle, it should be handle. Perfect, so we shouldn't have an issue now. All right, so instead of this it says an email. This is not an email, so this should be a password. This should be input type. Okay, so type text or password. Okay, but the example, it should be password. Where is it? Where is the placeholder? The placeholder, yeah, I'm just going to put some asterisks, some stars here, like that. So that's the new password. Okay, so probably we might want to confirm the password, so we're going to have two inputs here instead of one. So I'm just going to add another input after this. It's going to be the same, to be honest, with this one, but I'm just going to duplicate this. Okay, so it's saying new password, but this should be confirm password. Okay, so this is just to confirm the password to see if they match. So this one, the value is going to change. Confirm password, handle confirm password. Okay, and there we go. So we've oops, this is the wrong, I changed the wrong one, didn't I? Password, copy. Okay, so this should be confirm password. This should be value. Oops. Confirm password on change. Confirm password. Okay, so we shouldn't. Okay, so there it is. So we have a new password, and then we have to retype the password to make sure they match. And finally, I'm just going to do a button. Button. Let me think. Okay, so actually in the form I forgot to add the image in the form because that's why we're doing z index. We need to style this because on the other forms as well I forgot to add this image here, so it should be the flary image. That's why I was doing position relative. We're going to absolute this. Let's go to the globals and do that before we do anything actually. So if we go to the globals, I'm just going to say form, and then I'm going to target the direct child with the direct image child, and then I'm going to set position to absolute. Top, I'm going to set that to 0, left 0. I'm going to set this z index to 1, and then opacity, I'm going to set that to 0.12, and then width, I'm going to set it to 100%, and then object fit, cover, and then let's actually save to see what we have. Okay, so and then let's do height 100%. Okay, so it seems like it's not in the container, so the form should have let's see, the form should have a relative. Okay, so make sure actually let's do it in the globals here and say form position relative, and then I'm just going to do a box shadow, and then I'm just going to set 2 pixels and then 3 pixels on the X, and then 15 pixels for the blur, and then RGBA 0.08. So something like this. So now, as you can see now, we have our form and we have a nice BG image. Now we just need to add the button. Let's go back. And let's go back. Let's add a button. So we have confirm. So here we just add a dot flex, and then button, and then I'm just gonna say reset password, and then type, go to submit, type of submit, and then on click, I'm just gonna say handle submit, and then I'm just going to give it a margin top and some hover effects like that, and let's create this handle submit. Okay, so handle submit. Okay, password, I'm just gonna, oops, why is it giving me a lot of consoles? Okay, so now we have the handle submit function. What we want to do is send through our data through the reset password. This function here, it takes in the token, the password. Okay, so here we are going to destructure reset password equal to user context, like so. Okay, so I'm just going to check if the password or the confirmed password matches or if they don't match. So here I'm going to say if password password is not equal to confirm password, I'm just going to toast here, toast passwords do not match, something like this. Okay, otherwise I'm just going to reset the password. So the password, it requires the token, so reset token and then the actual password. Okay, and we don't have this token, so what we're going to do, we're just going to create an interface props, and then we're going to get the token from the params. Okay, oops, params, and the token is going to have a type of string. All right, so we have the reset token, and here we're just going to get the reset token from the params, and then here we are sending in the reset token. Okay, so now we have the page. Let's try to send an email to request us to change the password. So let's go back to localhost 3000. Okay, we're not logged in. So what I will do, I'll say forgot password. I'll send a request. Okay, and let's go back. Oh, I'm showing the wrong email, by the way. I'll clear this. Okay, so we have the request. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to click this token. Okay, so now it's change your password. So now let's try to change. So what I'm going to name this, I'm going to say test pass 1 2 3 4, like this. Test pass 1 2 3 4. Okay, I'll copy and reset. Okay, so there's an error. So the error, reset again, an error saying 4 4. That means there's something wrong with our function. So reset password. Okay, so it's taking the token. So the seems to be correct. Let's try to check user context router.post. Okay, so reset password is a post method. I don't know why I'm forgetting that it's a post method, but the change password is the patch one. Okay, so let's try again. Let's do test pass 1 2 3 4. I'm just gonna copy this and paste. Let's reset. Okay, so the token is expired now. Let's try to generate the email again. Let's create a new token. So let's do again. Reset password. Okay, send. Let's wait. All right, so now let's reset the password. Okay, and paste, reset. Okay, so it says password reset successfully. Now let's try to log in. So our old was test 1 2 3 4, our old password. Let's try. It says invalid credentials. Now it's not working anymore. Now let's try to log in with the new password. So the new password, test pass 1 2 3 4, log in, boom, and it's working. Okay, there's something wrong here. We need to put a loader so we don't have to refresh like this. You can put a loading screen. Okay, yeah, well, we can log out, log in, and boom, it's all working. Let's update the bio, update to update, and it's working. Perfect. Now we can reset. Let's try to change the password. So the password change is actually patch request, not post. Okay, so let's do password reset. Okay, so and then let's do change password. So for the change password, I'm gonna say const change password. So the route is actually going to be called change password like this. Okay, so that's our route, change password. And we're going to send in the data. Actually, instead of sending the data, we can just say current password, and then the new password, new password like this. Okay, so we have the current and the new password. So here, instead of the data, we're just going to do an object. We're going to say current password and then the new password. Okay, so our method this time is going to be patch. It's going to be a patch method. Okay, so here we're putting password change successfully, loading to false. Okay, so something like this. And that's probably what we need. Let's copy this function change password and put it down here. Change password. So let's create a form, which actually, let me think, where can we add this form? Okay, so what I will do, I will create a new form here. I will copy the forgot password form, and I'll create change password form. Oops. Change password form like so, and then I'm just going to duplicate the forgot password, and then here I'm just F2. I'm gonna say change password form like this, and then we're going to also here change like this. Okay, so for the change password form, we're going to go just actually close everything else, close others. I'll render that down after this section here. Change password form like this. Okay, so I'm just going to display the form here, change the password. Oh, I put the reset one. Reset. Where is it? Change password, forgot password, login. Okay, so what I want to copy, change password is going to have two inputs. So the one that is similar to that, I think this one, I'll copy this form here instead. Okay, copy this form, change password, and we'll change this form here like that. All right, perfect. So now let's start changing up things. So we are going to have some state for current password. Okay, instead of email, probably, let me see, that's the wrong one again. I want the one with two inputs. So we have new password. Actually this one does have two inputs. Okay, so we don't need the email. So here I'm just gonna say const current password, and then I'm gonna say password, the actual password, and then we're going to have the show password, const show password, the old state. Okay, and we're gonna say const current password change, I don't any checking here. I'm just gonna say set current password to the e.target.value. Okay, current password change like so. Okay, so now we have the current, and then we're just gonna say new password. This should be, let's let's actually name this new password, new password set new password. Okay, so something like this, set new password, and then we have a show password here, new password. Perfect. And what I will do, I'll get rid of this send or submit here, and then we're gonna say const new password change, and then toggle password. Okay, and I'm going to say const, actually we need a handle submit. For handle submit, we're just going to do e.prevent default, and then forgot password, we're just going to, actually this should be change password like this, and we need to get that through here, change password like so. We're just going to clear the form, clear input, okay, like so. Perfect. So now let's try to actually add in these values, new password, handle, new password change. So this should be let's see, this should be actually current password. So this should be current password on change current password. Okay, and this one, this should be new password, and then here should be new password change. Okay, so now let's see if we have, okay, so yeah, we have the current and the old one, the inputs. Let's try to do on submit. So on submit, we are just going to handle submit, which is already set here. So our old password, let's try to see if this works actually. So submit, all fields are required. Let's clear the console. Let me just put some random stuff. Submit, invalid password, okay, and then it's going to clear the input. So now let's try to say test pass. If you remember, the password we set test pass 1 2 3 4, that's the current, and then I'm just going to update this to 1 2 3 4 5, and then reset. So now it says password change successfully. Let's try to log out, and 1 2 3 4, let's log in, invalid credentials. Okay, let's try 1 2 3 4 5, and boom, we are successfully logged in. Okay, so our password change works fine. Let me try to center this reset password. Or what I would do actually, I would do a div here, so div here, I'll do this, and then we're going to do class name, and then we're going to do flex here, and then here I'm going to have another div, okay, let's do div here, let's do class name flex 1, class name, something like that, and then I'm going to add let's inspect here. Okay, so we have 2 flex items here. Okay, because this is it has a max set width here, that's why it's kind of overlapping, and it is a margin, so don't worry about that. We can actually remove that. Let me, so with, oops, where is it? Change password form. I'm just going to say ml. I'm going to set that to 0, like so. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to have a table of users. So here we're going to do gap 6, I believe 6 or 8. Let's do 8. So we have a gap of 8, and here I'm going to fetch a user to see if the user is an admin. If he is an admin, we will display the users. If not, we won't. Okay, so I am going to say, okay, so I'm just going to show you one more example here, just to, before I finish the video. Oops, not here. We need the context. Context, where is it? Okay, so I don't want this video to be way too long, so I'll just show you one example. I am going to add a comment here. I'm just going to say admin routes. Okay, so let's get all of the users. You have to be an admin or a creator to get the users. So I'm going to say const get all users. It's going to be an async function. Async. Here we're going to set loading to true, the standard try catch. So our endpoint const response is going to be admin / users, and it's going to be a get request, and then we're going to send the credentials. Okay, and do you know what? Let's create a state called all users. Oh, I've already created a state here. So all users, create a state called all users. It's going to be an empty array on initial render, and then we're going to update that state. Update the state. Oops, wrong function. I'll collapse this to make this more readable. I'll collapse everything here. Okay, it's better to collapse everything. So collapse everything. Okay, just to make everything cleaner a bit. Okay, so yeah, now we have everything collapsed. Collapse, change password. Now, yeah, we have the get all users open. So here I'm just going to set the state all users to response.data. Okay, and what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to set loading to false, and then here I'll display some messages. By the way, for these errors, I'm going to create a branch later on of camera, and then I'll handle these errors a bit more in a better way than this, because I don't want to do them now anymore. In the video, it's going to make the video way longer. But anyway, you can see the GitHub repo. You'll see some updates later. Okay, so with get users, all users, let's try to I'll remove this. I was experimenting with the user role, so we can fetch all of the users on initial render like this. Get all users. Okay, let's see, let's refresh. Okay, it says not authorized, please log in. So we need to be an admin or a creator to get all users. So what I'm going to do, I'll do a use effect in here. Use effect, get all users. So what I will do, I will check for user.role. User.role is going to refetch this user. So I'm going to say if user.role equal to admin, and then we're going to fetch all of the users. Let's refresh. Not authorized, please log in as admin. Okay, there's an issue. Not authorized. Please log in as an admin. Okay, let's see if our account is an admin first. Okay, so let's go to the state management. Actually, let's go to the database. So in here, I'm going to manually change this to row to admin. It's already admin, but I'm going to change it to admin. By the way, you know how to change this row already, so you can create another. You can create a. You can create an endpoint to change the row of the user. By now, you should know how to do this. You should know how to do this already. You can create an endpoint to change the row. So admin can also delete users. You can add that functionality as well. We already have the functionality to delete, by the way, but you can also implement that functionality in the front end. But okay, the admin, the user is already set to admin, but we should be able to get the users, but we cannot see the users. Let's see the context, what we have in the context. Provider, user context. So the array is empty. Okay, so this might have to do with Axios. So here I'm going to say to send cookies in every response, okay? Because in the backend we should see an error here. So let's send cookies in every response. I'm gonna say set Axios to include credentials with every request, okay? And then we're just gonna say Axios defaults, and then credentials, we're gonna set that to true. So let's try to refresh now. Okay, so it says, oh, only creators can do this. And admin should be able to do this as well, you know. Let's go and check our middleware. Only creator. Oops, this is the wrong area. So let's search only creators here. Okay, only creators can do this. This is the creator middle, and admin should be able. Oh, this should be end or admin, not end, but or admin. So you have to be a creator or you have to be an admin. Okay, so that's my bad. It should be or admin. So now let's try to refresh. Okay, so we can refresh now. Let's see our state. In our state, as you can see, we have some users. Okay, we're getting all of the users. All right, so what we can do is display all of these users. So these users are in where all users. Okay, so what we can do now, let's send all users down here. All users. So all users, we're gonna go to the page, and let's let me get rid of this. We're not using this. Let's get all users. We don't need the row. We have all users now, right? So this is an array. All users is an array. What we can do is let's go down here. Down here, we're gonna say all users dot map user. I'm just going to set it to any, so we don't do any type checking here. So we have all of these users now. Okay, perfect. So let's display what do we need. So we might probably need a bio, user.name, and then user.bio, like this. Okay, and we can this list item here. So the key is the user ID, and then we can give it a border. So border, it's going to have like a nice border, and then we can give it a padding. So P1, like this. So it's going to have a nice padding. And what we can do now, let's inspect here. Okay, so I will get rid of so the form here. It does have a margin, So I'll do empty. I'm gonna set that to 0, and then here I will set the empty to 4, like so. Okay, so we have the user table. Okay, so image, let's do border right, border, I think it's just border R, like this, border right, px1. Okay, don't worry about this. So let's do this in li flex item center, and then let's do justify between, something like this. Okay, actually flex, instead of flex, let's do grid. Okay, grid core. I'm going to have 3 columns like this. Okay, and as for the padding, I'll do px, I'll do 2, and then py, and do 3, something like this. Okay, and then I think it's grid center that we also need. Grid center, is it? Grid center, I don't know how to center the grid here. Let's do item center. Okay, yeah, so it's item center, and let's probably separate these. To be fair, we could have done this in a table, but let's each item, I'm going to say empty, actually mb2, like this. And so we have a list of users. We are logged in as an admin. We can see the user. We can also add a delete button here. So li, I'm just gonna say button, trash. So here I'm just going to see the suggestions. Okay, delete user, and then with the user ID. So let's import this function, which we don't have yet. So let's import delete user. Perfect. Button is not nice. Button. Okay, so this, I don't like the suggestions. I'm gonna say delete user. Let's see again. pg. Okay, like that. So delete user with the button. The button should not be with li. Okay. Grid. Okay, we're doing grid 3, so we need to do 4 here. So 4 with delete user, like that. Let's try to, well, where's the button? Let's reduce the px to 2. Okay, so px 2, maybe 1, something like this. Actually, let's leave it at 2. So p2, like that. So yeah, we can delete user. Okay, now we can increase the gap. So gap is set to 4, we can increase it to 8, like this. All right, so now we need the function to delete the user. Okay, so let's delete the user. Let's find okay, so let's go to the routes. Let's find the delete route. So delete, so it's admin users, and then it's going to take the ID. Okay, so you need to be an admin to delete. I'm gonna say delete user. So this will be our final function. Delete user, const delete user. It's going to take in an ID. Okay, so here we're gonna say like this, and we're going to fetch all users after we delete, and then we're just going to show an error. So slash users admin delete slash users, and then the ID of the user we want to delete. Okay, so delete user, and then here we're just going to pass in the user.id. Okay, so delete user, and then we're just going to pass in the user.id. So now let's save. So we should be able to delete a user in theory. So let's start with test name, delete user. I don't know if you can delete the user who's currently logged in, so you're gonna have to do some checks to see if you should not delete yourself. So delete user, this one cannot delete user. Okay, let's see, let's inspect. Cannot delete user. Let's clear this. Delete user. Okay, so the error is error 500. Cannot delete user. Okay, what could it be? I am an admin after all, so let's say cannot delete user. Okay, so user defined by ID. Okay, requested params ID. We're sending in the ID. So let's try to actually see what this user ID is. Okay, so let's do cog user.id. Okay, so let's inspect. Let's click. Okay, so user.id is undefined. Okay, that's weird. User.id error detecting user undefined. Let's okay, so let's see check to open all users. I'm gonna check for the row. I'm gonna say user dot row equal to admin, and then I'm going to display this. Okay, so row. Okay, and then now let's try to delete the user. Can I delete user? Okay, so still complaining about the key. There's a key here, but it's undefined. I'm going to put an index here, and let's try to do an index. Let's do number. So let's try to console actually to see what CLG all users. So all users. Oh, so the ID, or it's actually /ID, not .id. So it has to be slash underscore, not slash, I mean underscore ID. So it has to be underscore dot underscore ID like this. Okay, so now let's try to delete the user. Perfect. So now the user has been deleted, so the functionality is working. But let me see if I can delete myself, but we need to do a check. Delete and then delete. We've deleted ourselves. Oops, user not found. Let's refresh this. Yep, we've deleted ourselves. But it should also let's check to see if the token is still there, because we didn't log out, so it didn't clear the token. Okay, perfect. So now let's try to log in. Test pass 1 2 3 4. Okay, so user not found. Perfect. Let's register. Okay, so let's register. This is an email. Okay, and then test pass, and then let's log in, register for an account, and then let's log in, test pass, and now we're logged in. Oh, we need to set a loader. Now this account is not verified, so we need to redo the verification process again. So click verify account. An email has been sent, so now let's wait for a new email. Okay, there's our new email. Verify account, click verify. User is verified. Okay, so now we verified our account. We're not an admin, so we don't see the users we have. Okay, so what we can do, we can check if the user is an admin. We cannot show the user. So let's see, all users. Let's go to the database and refresh. By the way, as I said, you can always create an endpoint to change the user role. Okay, so admin. Okay, so now we are an admin now, so we should be able to see the list of users. There we go. So there's our user, so we are the admin. So if we're an admin, we don't want to show ourselves in the list. Let's collapse this li item here. I'm just going to cut. I'm gonna say user.row if user.row not equal to admin. Okay, admin, and then we're just going to show the list item. So now we don't see ourselves anymore. So let's log out and create a new account. Log out, and let's register. I'm just going to say John Jones test mail number 1, whatever. I'm going to say test password register. Okay, I'm going to create another Mike Fox. I'm just going to do test mail number 2, test password. Okay, and I'm going to create another email, test mail number 3. Oops, this should be register. I can say, I can put any name here. Okay, and we're going to test mail, and then let's number 3, the password, and let's register. Now let's log in as one of these users. Test. Okay, test. Okay, so now we are logged in as one of these users, so the account is not verified, and also we don't see a list of users. So now let's log out. Let's log in as a dev, which is the admin. Okay, so now we are logged in as an admin. We can see the list of users. Okay, so now we can delete one of these users or all of them if you want. We can create a button to delete all of the users if you want to. You can create like another endpoint. Okay, so now let's delete the user. Delete user. Perfect. So user deleted successfully. So anyways, that's all of the functionality. You can add another endpoint for changing from admin, for changing a user role instead of doing it manually. So now you have all of the knowledge you want to. So if you have any questions, anything you want to know, you can let me in the comment section. You can send me an email. So this is my email, McLean's That's my email. Yeah, if you want the source code, you can find it on GitHub. And yeah, I'll see you on the next one.